Welcome in, everyone. Hello, hello, and welcome to the Season 3 finale of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. I'm very excited to be here. I hope you're all excited to be here. Yeah, so everybody, before, I'm just going to start with the boilerplate tops. Everybody in the chat, hey Triffid, hey everybody. So yeah, I want to say, if you want to, this is our final episode for the season, which I'm very excited about. We will be picking up again season 4 in August, which is exciting because I'm moving July 1st, so everyone's getting a bit of a break, and I will be spending that time updating our campaign website and doing all the things that need to be done. If you would like to support this show, there are lots of ways to do it, and the number one way is to watch the show either live or Memorex. By Memorex, I mean at the YouTubes. And if you're watching on YouTube, by the way, there are folks of you who are watching on YouTube, and I really appreciate it, and you're leaving comments and, like, subscribe, thumbs up, and all that goodness. If you do it, algorithms, whatnot. So thank you. And let me see, what else can you do besides watching? Oh, you can retweet our going live tweet to let other people know that we are live so they can also watch the show and be supportive. You can, if you like, give fate points to our crew using extra credits, which are channel points. And let me just check to see how that's going. It looks like all 3 of our fate points have been redeemed. And let me bring that over so that you can all see it, so you know that I'm not cheating. I would like to thank Will Wari, who has donated 1 of the fate points, group fate points which they might need. Also, Gondlar, who asked a very interesting question in our Discord chat, which you should hang out in if you would like, about what changes I made to Fate to make it a little bit more simulationist, and I have answers for that. And also, Hescape also donated 1, and so they all now, at this moment, have 6 group Fate points, which I'm sure they won't need it all for any kinds of scary reasons. It's cool.
Did we run through 7 of them last game?
Maybe you did. Oh, look, the thing about running an RPG in the way that I like to run it is I think of it as a dance, where sometimes the players are like, we're going to take the lead, and then they lead me around in some kind of wonderful Viennese, and then I just get to lean back while wearing, I don't know, really huge hoop skirts that give you amazing centripetal force, and we just spin around the dance floor, and I'm having a great time. And then sometimes it's a polka, and then I'm leading, and then we just tromp all around the floor, and who knows what's going to happen. Really exciting things going to happen. I'm just saying there could be dancing in a good way happening. Also, the other ways you can support is that you can join our Patreon. We have a Patreon which goes to help pay for the cast. At the moment, I think we're at $117 a month, something like that, maybe 120. We're somewhere in that range, and that will pay for let's see, about 3 cast members for 1 episode. So that's about where we're at right now with our Patreon, and also tips and bits if you donate that. It also goes to help pay our cast. And if you leave a message, I will read it out at our half and at our end. So let me see. I think that's all of the pre-show stuff, right? Yes? Yes. So I would like to introduce our players, is what I'd like to do. And yeah, so I would just like to have each player introduce who they are and what character they play and answer this question. So here's the question. The theme for this season was called Family. Family Matters. Family Matters was the theme for this season. I don't know if the theme for season 4 will be yet because the players haven't told me through their actions. I will just find out. So I will ask this question. Could you answer for your character, what does family matter to them? Like, what does family matter to them? What does that mean to them? What does family mean? How does it matter to them? And I would like to start with someone who was kidnapped. Lindy. Lindy herself was not kidnapped, but Frida was kidnapped. Well, Frida was kidnapped. Lindy has just been forced to do manual labor since 6 in the morning. So, Lindy, who are you? Who are you playing? And please tell me, how does family matter to Frida? And I'm going to just write this down.
Worst part is I was forcing myself for that manual labor. Oh, the joys of home ownership. Oh, love it. So yes, hi, I'm Lindy, and I will be playing Frida Engel. She is a famous German opera singer. You know, simple. Just everything's so simple. It's not. She's been fake kidnapped, but she actually ran away, and she's not looking forward to being reunited, but she has to pretend to be real excited. And gosh, okay, what family means to Frida? Well, she's very appreciative of her immediate family. She's less appreciative of forced marriage to her current husband. And she's a big proponent of kind of found family, because you know, she kind of had that in the theater scene a little bit, and with her uncles scene a little bit. Family's not necessarily just who you're related or married to.
And maybe it's not at all who you're married to.
Maybe it's not at all who you're married to.
just a question. Just a question.
You know, parents, uncles, coworkers, they're great. They're great family.
Let's head over to KP. Who are you? Who are you playing? And I'm very curious to know how family matters to Pritam.
Ooh. All right. Well, first up, hi everybody. I'm KP of KP11 Studios, and I play Dr. Pritam Singh, or also known as Prince Pritam Singh. And family. Oh boy. I mean, it's complicated for Pritam. I think he definitely. I mean, he definitely cares for his family. But to him, a lot of it is marred by just boring political crap, and just, you know, schemes and connections and parties and things that are kind of very superficial, it feels like to him. Things that don't really matter. The only thing that really matters is his very core family members, and even then, as he grew up, being the responsibilities that his family has, he barely got a chance to even connect at that level with them. And, you know, obviously they all care for each other, but, you know, there's a sense of distance that just cannot be taken over. So, like, to him, it just feels like anything outside of that, it's just all, you know, platitudes, and just, you know, meant for some sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Meant for a purpose of some sort, right? It's never like an unconditional love. It's always something behind that. So I guess political connections. Family means political connections.
I'm interested in finding out, because I always like sort of create questions in my mind for the various PCs that I want to find out the answer to. I mean, I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. What's the answer to this question? And one of the questions I have for the prince, which I suppose we'll find out, who knows, maybe we'll, maybe we won't, is his disdain for politics. How will that impact the fact that he's being thrown into politics pretty heavily right now, right? Like, I think that's like this thing that he has resisted for so long is now something that people want from him. And maybe his family didn't want for him that as heavily because he was like, what, the third or fourth son?
Yeah, he's like so he has 2 older brothers and a younger sister.
Right. So he's like the third. So it's like, you have expectations, but I mean, you're number 3, right?
The best I could be some sort of minister of a city.
Right. But now there are people who have much higher ambitions for you, very heavily. And how will he deal with that, right? That there are sort of higher hopes being placed upon him in complicated ways.
Very reluctantly.
Yeah, I'm very interested. Very interested. Thinking about family responsibilities, that reminds me of one Krause, or Frau Leixner now. Dot, who are you? Who are you playing? And how does family matter to your character?
Well, I'm Dot. Y'all should know that by now. You can go find me some of the places. Yeah, family's obviously a bit of a struggle for Regina, considering the fact, I don't know, she killed her own father.
It was awkward.
Yeah.
With a gun, she shot him. He was sitting on a desk.
At point blank range.
Yeah.
You know, there's some struggle there. Her mom wasn't around for a long time. She died, then her father sent her off to boarding school. So, like, she didn't really ever have family. And she's only now recently realizing that her father did some of the things he did because he actually loved her and not because he was just a giant dickweed. So, yeah, there's like a whole thing there. So I think Regina is also partially in that boat of like making your own family. The tricky part of that is she doesn't know what that looks like in any healthy way, any kind of healthy way. So she struggles to be vulnerable in a family type situation. So she's slowly sorting that out. She is slowly sorting that out.
Which, speaking of sorting things out and healthy family backgrounds, I feel like we should go and bring this over to Greg, whose character Oscar, my understanding, had a great family background. It was just like so great.
Yep, as far as he's repressed, everything is fine. Hi, everybody. My name is Greg, Grimjack21502. Tonight I'll be playing Oscar Mueller, who is a Gestapo agent, maybe? We don't know. Yes. Right. So, family. Well, yeah. Normally what I would do at this time is I would quote 80s lyrics about how Oscar has created family and what he would do for his family, including joining a party of, the Nazi party. But I'm not going to do that tonight. I'm going to quote 1993 lyrics. From Prince and the New Power Generation. All seven and we'll watch them fall. They stand in the way of love and we will smoke them all. With an intellect and a savoir-faire, no one in the whole universe can ever compare. And those are the criteria that Oscar Mueller surrounds himself with, at least before and now after his time with the Nazi party.
That's awesome. And I am your GM, troopersjp, and I am here as oh, hey, guess what, everyone? Sorry, this is the coolest new thing. Can I tell you? It's the coolest new thing. So you know how I said I'm your GM? Do you know what GM stands for? I worked it out. What it's Gossip Meister. So I am the Gossip Meister of this game, and very excited to bring all the gossip here for you all. So when we left off, it was Monday, December the 15th. At this point in time, it is early evening, probably around... Oh, no, we just had a late lunch. It's probably like around 4-ish in the afternoon. At this moment, as we speak, our 4 protagonists are in the basement of a brewery, which was turned into an apartment that was lived in by some bohemians, abandoned and now given over. And in this basement is living space. And living in this space used to be Regina by herself, and then it was Regina and Dr. Hannah Roth when Dr. Hannah Roth could no longer live in her apartment because they might just round her up at some point in time, and then it was Oscar when he didn't have a place to live, and then it was also Luke, and at the moment it is just Hannah and 2 other people, her father and a young woman who's about 19 named Jeanette. And Jeanette and Hannah's father and Hannah are, as far as you know, currently in probably Hannah's infirmary, a sort of makeshift infirmary, which is in one of these old limestone mine caves, because underneath this basement is connected to a sewage system which takes you out to the Seine, but also it's connected to these sort of underground abandoned limestone mines, and this is not the same space where the catacombs are, because that's on the other side of the Seine. These mines are much less famous and mostly forgotten and abandoned. It's in this sort of space where they found the Screaming Room, which is a place with great acoustics where you can perform or scream, whichever you like, depending on your mood, and also where this infirmary is. But at the moment, Regina and Oscar and Pritam and Frida are sitting in this basement room pondering what to do about getting Frida sort of out of the pickle she's in, and what to do about Frida's husband, who is currently a guest of the head of the SS, named Dr. Bones is his nickname, who likes to torture people for fun. And he's currently being tortured, which, I mean, nobody likes her husband because he's kind of a jerk. Not kind of, he's just a jerk. But he does know information that maybe they would not like him to give up. About, for example, the fact that that Oscar and Sylvie and Frida and a Nazi engineer and a bunch of musicians all escaped a house in Wannsee, which is a lake in Berlin, after exploding it, along with plans for a conference that's coming up in about a month, and gold, and some other documents, and that they've all escaped, and maybe they don't want that information getting out. So they're currently in this basement thinking about this particular situation as he's being tortured. There was just a huge, large roundup at the Friday night, this is currently Monday, of important Jews who are French citizens, and they are now sitting in a transit camp, and they cannot be shipped out because the rail lines have been blown. There's hostility and tension between the military occupation authority led by General Stuppnagel for France and the SS. Our players learned last time, because I had to use this to invoke it, that the SS's major goal is to undermine the military authority and take control of France from them, right? Because right now the military has control and the SS would like control instead. So that's one of the tensions. There's been Dr. Bones was caught bombing synagogues, and he was removed of his command by the general, who was very, very angry. And he was sent back to Berlin, and he just returned because Berlin was like, no, we would prefer to have him here. So there's clearly some tension. Our heroes also planted evidence in the SS, the former head of the Gestapo's office, implicating the Gestapo with undermining military intelligence and the military and doing kind of sketchy things, including some murder. And that evidence was, and then they told their contact in military intelligence about that, who got that evidence and has been doing things to undermine the SS on her side. So there's a lot of tension going on between the military authority and the SS. There is rumor and thought that this woman, Colette, who you all should be meeting today, might be part of a group trying to assassinate Hitler. And I believe that's sort of where, oh, yes, Hannah's father and Jeanette may be a problem, but we'll think about that right about now as we raise our curtain on this foursome debating what to do. And I will note that in this basement there's some barrels of wine, a couple of barrels of wine, which is worth a lot of money in the black market. Some produce, which by now it's been a week since you've had Jeanette and Hannah's father with you, so that produce is probably getting a little old at the moment. You've probably eaten some, And also, some packages of heroin are also in the basement, in case you need it. Not all of them, because some of them are now over at a brothel. But that is where we will open up the curtain with you all for chatting about your plans. And I will let you begin before I give you anything fun. You're supposed to meet with Colette today at the flower shop as well.
You said it's mid-afternoon?
It's about 3 or 4.
Oh, I would imagine I would already be at the flower shop then, because she's not going to come by after dark.
You're still having your conversation. You're on your way out of that conversation because
okay.
Oscar came in to tell you all about the lunch he had, the late lunch he had with
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
with Nicoletta.
Well, I suppose you said the doctor and I should work on the ransom note and have it delivered quickly, and then we should prepare a location for me to be rescued at. I suppose those are the next 2 immediate steps.
We must doctor something up to make it look like a spot for you, and then I must take the doctor to the propaganda department.
All right.
Who's finding her?
Maybe we will have some good luck as we are scouting out another...
That was my thought. Maybe a location, a shoot. We come across her accidentally.
Or we just have, as we also mentioned, having Clements just be leaning against the car and she stumbles out of an alley and he is cast as the role of the heroes that he so desperately desires.
What? I question why she would have the ability now, after being under torture and hold, to escape on her own. Why now?
You could park close enough so where he could overhear a cry for help.
Now that is definitely a possibility. The question is where and why would we be out that far? Do we know of any warehouses, empty warehouses, Trooper, or something we could use for this?
You're in a warehouse district right now.
Yeah, but this is far too close. We're in the. We don't want to put it in the same district where we're hiding, right? We want something that's
we don't want that in the same
We don't want
district.
that at all. Like, is there somewhere else, like maybe across the city in a different area, a place that we know the communists use frequently?
I was going to say, where are the districts that the communists are known to frequent if we're putting this on them allegedly?
Well,
or insinuating.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fairly large district. Let me, I will bring up the map for you.
Yes, please.
Let me bring it out for you. Hello.
I'd love to see the map.
Map of Paris. Map of Paris.
Just not comfortable doing it in our district, period.
So here you are.
It's too close to home.
So this right here is the 12, which is a really right here, which is the 12th arrondissement, which is a pretty rundown at this point in time. Right now, it's actually been gentrified and is quite chic in Paris. It is no longer, it's like there's like big parks there, but at this point in time, it's just a warehouse district, especially along the Seine itself, where there's a lot of, the whole area is full of like basically warehouses for wineries and breweries, a lot of sort of moving back and forth. And this here is one of the big 2 parks. So this whole area here, the 12.
I'm so sorry, Trooper. We're just not with you on Roll20. I cannot see what you're seeing.
I'm with.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Why not?
Because you probably moved yourself away. Yeah.
I did hit I've hit it multiple times, y'all.
Here,
I can't see it.
Let me rejoin.
No, I just refreshed.
Let me
Can you bring me to you? That's what I'm asking. Can you bring me to you, please, so I can see what you see? Because I'm hitting the buttons and it's not working.
I just hit rejoin for you. Did it bring you there?
No, it's still on the main page.
You're
the home page.
Yes, I see. You're just hanging out over there. Let me see if I can just bring you there by hand.
Yes, that worked. Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yay.
There you go. So let me bring myself so I can see it. There. Okay. So this is the 12, which is a fairly large district right here.
That's the district we're in?
Mm-hmm, that is the district where you are in. Your flower shop is in the 1st, which is over here.
Okay.
And the 12 is, at this point in 1941, kind of run down. I mean, Paris at this point in time had a lot of poor neighborhoods, which is not exactly what's happening right now in Paris. But this whole place is very industrial, warehouses, some places have been a little bit bombed out and abandoned, and especially all along.
But that's not the same district the communists are in, right?
The communists are wherever you have a lot of. So they're communists in 12, in 11. The Bricktops is in between 16 and 9, and they're communists.
What?
There
No.
as
We
well.
know about some warehouses where all the workers are coming from the west side of the city. The ones that there have been explosions and bombings and things have been happening on the west side of the city. We know this for a fact, right? That they're the warehouses out there where they all work, because that's where Regina tracked Calvé from.
He's out. That was he was working at a factory which is outside of the city completely. So probably around here, right?
Oh, okay.
And those weren't explosions. He was actually working in a car factory where he was trying to basically steal
We got
designs.
news recently that there were strange explosions and bombings
outside
in the
of the city.
factories.
Outside of the city.
Outside the city. Yeah.
Outside
Most
the
likely
city.
by communists, but they probably don't live there. They're they're bombing.
Then my suggestion is going to be, to keep this from coming to us at all, would be to put it in the 11th district where the communists are. We're in the 12th. We don't want to go anywhere near where we used to be. We don't want the title ourselves. So
the
I
11th?
would suggest some kind of warehouse in the 11th district. The question is, why would nobody else hear you screaming? Why is he going to be the one? Isolation seems to be so. That was another thing, is if you were screaming for days and days, why didn't anybody else hear you
It
in
could
the
have been
middle of
that
the city?
I couldn't until
the easiest way is they just brought you to this location.
They just
That
moved
way-
because they
her,
sent the ransom note, so they would have moved locations.
so they would have moved you. That's
Right.
okay. Yeah.
And it also means we don't have to dress the set either. So we can she's just been
Yep.
thrown on the floor or tied to
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
tied to something. thrown on the
And
floor.
they went out to deliver or do whatever they needed to
Great
do.
rope,
And she was in
maybe.
such a state, they knew that she
Mhm.
couldn't get away.
Yeah. Okay, that works. Yeah, recently been moved into the city with the ransom note.
Mm.
Um.
Oh, and we can have the doctor's report say that she had been drugged, and that's why. And she just
Oh,
came
yeah.
off of it, and they weren't anticipating it.
Okay.
Oh,
So-
those were off
Have
sooner
the
than we
drugs.
thought
You want
this
the drugs?
time. Yeah. And
I'm gonna
we could've been
imagine Trooper-
yeah.
With the time that we've spent with the communists in District 11, we would know of a empty warehouse or place where we could put her.
If you wanted to.
Okay.
You would have to give me a fate point to get a really good sort of slightly isolated, because that's a pretty, you might actually want the 13 instead. But of course, just please, they're like they're communists all over the city. Because at the 13, you can still get.
Like I said, the only requirement I have is that it's not in the 12th and it's not in the 13th, which is where we were
16th.
at, right? 16th,
that's
where we
18,
were
sorry.
at with
Mhm.
we just basically don't want it tied to us, so nowhere that we have been.
Yes. So I would say a fate point will give you a really nice warehouse that is, what's the word?
We don't want a nice warehouse, Trooper. Come on.
I meant isolated.
an ideal.
An ideal
Okay.
warehouse where you can get, that will implicate the communists as being a problem, and you can implicate them. You can have it sort of distant and far away. Yeah, you can. One fate point will give that to me.
Well, we were saying it doesn't have to be distant and far away, just because we
Not
can.
in
we
the
can,
districts.
Yeah,
those
just
specific.
just that specific district. It can be inside of a heavily populated area, because the idea would be they just moved her into a heavily with the ransom note. So
So
do we have to give a fate point to find a warehouse?
no,
Can I not roll to find a warehouse?
no, you could go ahead and roll if you'd like, and
There's
then
got to be a way that we have resources to find an open warehouse. I mean,
Sure.
can't we reach out to the Duke? I bet he knows a ton of open and empty warehouses.
so roll contacts. It's either a fate point, and I will give you the warehouse with all of your specifications, or you'll roll, and you will take what you get.
I'll spend the fate point if it means, you just said that we get everything that we want from this warehouse, and that means not having to roll in or fold in anybody else like the Duke or somebody else. So
Mhm.
our
The fewer people who know, the better.
right. I'll spend the fate point if we get the warehouse,
Yep.
the greatest warehouse.
It's you'll get a nice.
With the
Never been.
ropes and the chains, maybe the little cell
And,
that's left
we
over
walk
from-
in and we look around and say, my God, someone was held here already.
It will be it'll be an abandoned warehouse that it will implicate the communists for being involved in this kidnapping. So it'll be near where they've had activity, probably assassinated somebody because they like to shoot people. It'll be in a place.
Oh yeah, blood on the walls. Perfect.
There'll be blood on the walls, but it'll be a place where
they don't have time to wash.
Right.
The communists love red. Come on,
Phantom
it's
said
fine. They
it's
would
a-
just leave it there.
Phantom said it's a Saw set. It's exactly what I want. I want the Saw set.
yeah, so a place that will implicate the communists, that will be abandoned, that will be nowhere near you. Let's say it's in the 16 over here, right on the other side of town, so really far away. It will be a place that you can get her in and out without people seeing, because it's like a little bit remote.
Yeah,
right.
that's important too.
Yeah, so with a fate point, you will get all of that, or you can roll for it and see how that goes. It's up to you.
I don't think any of us have the contacts, so
Yeah, I'll spend
Yeah,
it.
I'm working on my contacts. Still. They're not great. They're getting better, but they're not great yet.
Greg, you have spent your fate point. You have one left. So you know of Greg. Oscar would know of a warehouse. You know of one. Perhaps when you were sort of like running around doing scouting, or also when you were getting sort of briefings when you were here, sort of working through the Gestapo. You know of a warehouse over in the 16th arrondissement.
Sure, like I said, as long as it fits the criteria of not being where we don't want it to be and all of that good stuff. Yeah, absolutely. And as little as we can. Wait a minute. Don't we have a truck from the communists that we took?
We have a truck we gave the communists. Oh wait, well we had to implicate them in that event, so we had to give the truck back. We did take a truck from them, but we implicated them using it. We gave it back because we needed to implicate them in the last bombing of the bridge.
I was going to be a super huge dick and leave it in the warehouse. But
yeah, no, unfortunately we had to give that one back because we already implicated them for those crimes. But I mean, we could still set them up that way if we wanted to leave like some of their propaganda around or a flyer or some kind of,
which you have.
I mean, that which we have. So we could implicate them that way if you wanted to. It just wouldn't be a truck. We'd leave something else behind.
Okay. If we want to go full scale, I mean, we've spent the fate points. So we can dress this.
So we might as well dress it up as much as we want.
Could we? Because remember, we had. Well, I mean, this is what Oscar did with what's his name? Sigmund. He wrote Kami across his chest.
Yes, he did. I remember that. In his blood.
Sigmund.
Well, can we write Nazi across Lindy? Like it's a retaliatory thing. You know, it's like, you know, he Sigmund was a commie. You know, it wasn't, but this was, and it makes sense because anybody in the know would be like, oh my God, they absolutely knew about this because
this is a retaliation for the
for a murder nobody committed but me.
I'm missing so much context.
Yeah, there's a lot. Sorry, KP.
It was
great.
It was beautiful.
KP, we're implicating other people for murders that we committed, and it's, and again,
gotta love the good old murder implications.
Things are starting to get way too easy to do this, so I'm gonna need a break. I'm gonna need a break to August, so I'm not planning murders anymore in my sleep and stuff.
As you are pondering this, like you've got the warehouse, you're pondering like how to do this. The trap door opens, and Dr. Hannah Roth sort of pops her head up and starts climbing up the ladder into the basement, and she shuts the trap door behind her, and she goes, is it all right if I speak with you all?
Of course.
Yes.
She looks around and she pulls up a chair and she says, I wanted to bring this up with you all when my father and Jeanette were still downstairs and when you were all here together, but there is something important that I think I need to speak with you all about. So, My father and Jeanette have been here for a week, and this means that they cannot leave anymore. The transit paperwork that brought them here is now expired, so they should have traveled up here from Lyon and then sold their wares and then traveled back, but it's been a week since they have been here, and their travel pass has expired, so traveling back is no longer safe for them. Also, they have not sold their goods. I'm sure whoever they were going to sell it to has moved on, which means any legal sales are no longer possible for them. So the farm is probably going to go under now as well. This was the last, this winter has been terrible, and that was the last that they had. So I think my family is at this moment destitute, so they cannot go home. The farm is no longer financially viable with the loss of the wine. And I have been thinking about many things. I spoke to Luke about his girlfriend and all of this. He told me about what it was like Friday night when he was trapped in the truck with you, Frida, watching everyone be taken. My father and mother cannot stay in France. They never would have left, but now the choice has been made for them. They are probably, they cannot stay. So they should leave the country. And
will you be going with them?
Regina has asked me to leave more than once, and I always resisted for many reasons. One, this is my country, this is my home, and I wanted to defend her as much as I could. I wanted to do the best I could for all of you all, and for the people whose responsibility I have taken in my life. But in this basement there's little I can do. And Dr. Singh, you have come, and you can do the work out in the open that I cannot. You have said that you will take care of the women who I take care of.
Yes, of course.
Knowing that you are here for them, and that you are here for... And she glances just very quickly at Regina, who she hasn't been looking at so far. This team, to keep them safe, means that I can leave as I was asked without worrying too much about those here. So, my father and mother cannot leave by their own, and so I will take them out.
At that point, like, Pritam gets up and kind of just holds her hand, like, in both arms, and like just looks at her and goes, I promise that I will take up this responsibility to the best of my abilities. And rest assured that I can't say that I'm much much help, but for what it's worth, I hope that I can at least give you some level of comfort knowing that we are here to protect whatever it is you valued.
Thank
Your
you.
safety comes first.
Thank you. I would not believe otherwise, but knowing that you are here, that you will protect the people that I care about, makes it easier to go. It will not be easy, but I can do it knowing that, well, and I have to now. My father is and mother are in trouble, so
I understand.
Of course, no country may take us. It is not easy to be accepted. Most of the countries, even the United States, are not taking Jews who are fleeing Europe. They are not interested. I had friends who were sent back. They were on a boat leaving, and they were sent back. So we may not be accepted wherever we go, and wherever we go, they will certainly not take my medical license, because I was not licensed whichever country I'll be going. But
would you mind if I could perhaps make some sort of call? You can give me some time. And is it all right if I ask, I mean, I don't know if this is possible, but Pritham is wondering if he can contact his family and perhaps send Hannah and her parents there.
That could be possible because your family has pull in India and they might take her, whereas other countries at this moment are not taking refugees so
London
easily.
would take her. That was the original plan, right? Was to send them to London?
If she would, well, her maybe, her family maybe not, and only if she agreed to become an agent and then be shipped back here.
Why not her family?
They are not useful to the SOE.
But they could still get them in the country.
A lot of the European countries were just not taking refugees. It's very, like, they'll take downed pilots, they'll take people who are engineers, who are important for their intelligence operation, but if you're not important to their intelligence operation, a lot of times those people are turned back.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I had my wife was asking something. Can you repeat the last part again?
Just that many of the countries are just not taking people unless they're of use. Some American universities are going through a process of hiring people who are professors, giving them jobs there so they can have a reason to come in. But a lot of people are just being turned away and not being accepted into these other countries unless they are of intelligence value. Or somehow important. If you are important and influential, they may take you, but there was an entire boat of refugees, including children who were Jewish, who left Germany, and they came to basically every country in Western Europe and the United States, and they were turned aside from all of them and then sent back to Germany, where they were all ended up being killed in concentration camps. So escaping is not... escaping is difficult, but even if you leave, getting accepted in another country is not necessarily easy. And just sort of like a bit of a context, you have just been through a number of roundups in France where up until just now, they've just been rounding up Jews who are not French. And the idea being that if you're not a French citizen, you don't need to be here. And so a lot of countries are just rounding up non-French, non-citizens who are refugees, right? These are mostly refugees who came to France to escape persecution and then just sending them back. So
I think
Yeah.
at this point, like I think Preetham would understand that he wouldn't be able to help everybody,
Yeah.
right? But at least in this situation, if nothing else, because he has contacts back home, his hope is to send them at least to safety. And considering she is a doctor, and one of the things he wanted to do in his homeland was start up a clinic there, so that's he could maybe use that angle. Send her as a, hey, I'm sending her in lieu of myself because I have some work here, but she is an excellent doctor who can provide support.
I love the idea that you're trading clinics.
Yeah,
Taking
that's
hers in
a fun
Paris
idea.
and sending
Yeah.
her to India. That's really cool.
And she thinks about this and she says, do you think my family would be taken in India?
I feel like, if nothing else, a royal decree would be enough. Considering I am a prince. If nothing else, I could possibly use this as, not that I like to use it, but, in certain circumstances, I think it's worthwhile. This certainly being one.
If you could, I would be very grateful.
Let me write up a letter and see if I can also contact some of them back home. I'm sure they wouldn't mind. Even if anybody were to listen in on my call, they probably wouldn't mind, considering they know where I'm from. And wait, actually, do they know where I'm from? They know where I'm from.
Yeah, they know where you're from. They just don't know you've been in England.
Right. Okay. Good. Got it. Yes.
They think that you've been in Italy this time.
Italy. Yeah.
It would be something if you could. I suppose we'll have to travel down to Lyon and then through Vichy, France, try to get out through Spain, go over the Pyrenees to get to Gibraltar, and then once we get to Gibraltar, I imagine we can hire a boat. It's just that we have no money. All of my assets have been seized, and
we have money.
But you need it.
No, we don't.
I'm sure we can get by.
It feels wrong to go when so many can't.
Those who are able to should take advantage of the opportunity. Best to know when to leave.
We might not be able to save everyone, but at least the ones we have in our hand, we can try our best. And for everything you've done, from what I've heard and what I've seen here, you certainly deserved. Good people like you deserved to live another day and help the world be a bit of a brighter place.
She squeezes your hands, and then she stands up, and she just gives you a hug.
He kind of was a little shocked for a second, and you kind of just see him kind of stiffen, and then not stiffen in like a bad way, like it's just like, oh, I was not expecting, and then he just like slowly just like pats her on the back and just comforts her.
I would not be able to go without you being here, and without knowing that you will take care of them. They get shot so often, so
trust me, I've seen it.
Before I go, you and I have a lot of consultation to do, Dr. Singh. I will
certainly, Dr. Hannah.
Want to tell you about everyone.
Speaking of consultation, I was wondering if I could have one last one with you, Dr. Hannah, before you leave.
It would be my honor. It would be my honor.
Thank you.
And she goes over to Oscar. Well, Oscar, you stood me up for that dance.
I have not.
Oh, you did?
We will merely postpone it until after the war.
Thank you, Oscar, for being so kind to me. And for being there for Regina, always, and for not letting her get away with the things she likes to get away with. I know that you will keep her safe.
He leans in to hug her, if she will allow it, and he whispers into her ear, the stories that continues here in Paris is not written by you, no matter how it ends. No matter how it ends.
And she just squeezed you tighter. And she turns to Regina, who
It's gone.
is gone. And she notes that Regina's not there. Well, she says, I will be in the clinic. Frida, would you come?
Yes, of course. I will write my ransom note afterwards.
Oh.
I'm getting rescued from being kidnapped.
Oh.
Probably tomorrow. Yes.
It's a big day.
Just, And she sort of looks at the trap door where Regina must have slipped out. Just sort of like a pause. And she says, well. And she sort of just wipes like a slight tear away that was beginning to form. Shall we?
Yes, let's. Happy to be that distraction for Dr. Hannah.
And Frida and Hannah will go down to the clinic, the infirmary, where her father is, but Jeanette is not. And she will say, Papa, if you would, maybe perhaps go upstairs, because I've gotten perhaps my last... Well, and he goes, of course, I will go and join the rest and Jeanette upstairs. And Hannah looks at Frida for a moment and goes, Papa, Jeanette is not upstairs? He goes, oh, oui, she left not too long ago to join you all upstairs. And Hannah looks to Frida with a bit of a an uh-oh look.
Uh-huh. It's returned.
Frida, would you go upstairs?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to speak with my father about the news.
Mall walking.
Mm-hmm.
Power walking.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, let's scene change back up to the basement where Pritam and Oscar are by themselves for a moment.
So I'm going to need you to come down to the propaganda ministry with me, and you need to make me look like a big deal. I'm going to bring you in there, and you are going to say that you are willing to work with the department. I have already discussed with you that they're going to put you on the radio. You will be able to talk about your beliefs and how you feel that synergy between Germany and India, some things that could be fostered. Follow my lead, but basically just make me look very good. It's not hard to do.
Sorry, that was so great. He just Pritam just kind of just takes this big sigh. It's just like the most exhausted one you could muster, and he just looks at you, goes, "Well, I will need your help then too, for perhaps making it seem like it was quite a bit of a struggle. I mean, this I'm sure would go towards your narrative of how much of a wonderful what's the word I'm looking for? Convincer you are, I guess."
You are very strong-willed. I am an excellent salesman, and together we make a powerful team. That we must work together, though, because you are. That was the agreement was that I would help you, and that you would help me by helping me.
Indeed, but we must make sure that we can at least force their hand a little bit. Perhaps help with the abandoned clinic and provide with appropriate furnishings and.
I'm going to say that is part of the deal, that I already promised you the clinic.
Indeed. But perhaps we can maybe put on a little bit of a play. We might not need to necessarily come in with the decision. Maybe we can force their hand right there, where I pretend not to even then be entirely convinced. And you mentioning how, I do have my own stipulations and ways, and how I can add some things there. And then let's see how far we can push this on you.
Yeah. I would like to amend it just a bit, that you have already agreed to work with me. That you and I have become fast friends in this short period of time, but it is the rest of everyone that needs to still prove themselves to you. Indeed. And it solidifies our relationship, and at the same time, it gives you the leverage and the butt kissing that will surely follow.
I've kissed enough butts, but I suppose I could do more.
No, they'll be kissing your butt. It's not.
What a change of pace.
Yeah,
well, and then you just see him get up and say, "Lead the way, sir."
And that is when Frida comes in from the trapdoor below.
Hello, Jeanette has not been up this way, no? She is not downstairs. She said she was coming upstairs.
Oscar goes downstairs and immediately starts looking at the exits to see if somebody has passed that way.
Not a few minutes passed? Yeah, and Frida went quickly, so...
let me ask where Regina went.
There's a meeting with Colette.
So she went to she left to go to the flower shop.
Correct.
So Jeanette was that young woman, about 19-year-old woman, who was sort of lingering in this area along with Hannah's father. And she seems to be missing, and that freaked Oscar out. And pretty much like, I wonder what that context is. And that puts Frida and Pritam in the basement as Oscar's looking.
Is she someone of note here?
I'm not entirely certain. I was just introduced. Say, oh, Frida, this is Jeanette. Jeanette, this is Frida. There was a bit. Not really. I don't know the history. I've been here only a little bit longer than you have. But there's the screening room we could check, but I feel like someone should stay up here just in case.
I can do that. I don't know
I will
location
check
very
the
well.
screaming rooms, and yes, she's a young lady who's not myself, Dr. Hannah or Regina. So,
Got it. So
here you are.
half the country.
Mm.
Understood.
And Luke was sent away. He was doing guard duty this whole time, but he was sent away to get some rest, so he was not on the door. Oscar, can I get an awareness from you? This will be a discover action. That's a 1. You need a 3. The 3's your number.
Okay, I'll just spend because I'm not going to do too terribly much better, and I could do worse. I'll just spend a fate point to take that to a 3.
Mm-hmm. So that will be a question at a minor cost. You may ask a question.
I want to know where she went. Did she go this way?
It looks to you as if she left the basement, that she went out through the sewage exit. The minor cost is that you don't know where she went from there, but she has left this space. She has escaped. After having been here for about a week.
Okay, so the minor cost is I know that she's gone, but I don't know where she went.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know
That's
that
the first fate point I've ever spent.
But yes, she is gone, and she went out that exit way. But you don't know where she went to. But you do know from that last question that you had that you asked me a question a while ago whether or not she was going to sell you out to the Germans, and the answer to that question was no. So you don't know where she went, but you do not think that she's gone off to the Germans to sell you out. But she's not in the screaming room or sort of lingering inside the mines.
I check the screaming room.
Yeah.
And I'll tell Free Tom, she's not in the screaming room. I'm going back downstairs. Just if Oscar asks.
Wait, what room?
The screaming room. I'll have to introduce you to it. It's wunderbar acoustics.
I'm good.
Very good for stress relief. You can just let it all out.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He's like, was that a torture room?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't.
Clear panic.
No, I don't think it would be good to use it for that. You would destroy your own eardrums.
Okay.
The echoes. Just
if necessary, I'm fine for now, though. Thank you.
all right. Therapeutic. Just goes back down.
Oscar, she's gone. She's not here.
That's all I can do then.
But she doesn't have a lot of places to go. She doesn't have a lot of places to go. The only places that you know of that she knew were Bricktops, because that's where you took her after she was being tortured by the SS, by the Gestapo. Then there was Hannah's family's farm out in Lyon. Places that you...
Hannah's mother would be an option, but I don't think we know about her mother. The only person that knew about her mother was Sylvie.
Yes.
Oscar definitely doesn't know.
Yeah.
Because he was never...
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think Sylvie was the only person that actually went to her mother's house to sort of get Jeanette. Yeah. But that would be in terms of places that she could go. That would be the only other place that she probably could go would be her mother's house.
We just don't know about it to be able to like meta-wise, you know.
Yeah. But on a meta level, that's probably where she's going, right? Because that is one of the only places that would be a safe space for her. She hopes.
I mean, last time she was there, they were kind of really mean to her because she was working with the Germans. So
Yeah.
safe is still questionable for that poor woman.
Yeah. Yeah. Over at the flower shop, it's snowy, it's wintry. So you head down to the first, and I imagine you come in the back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm supposed to be there, so just the usual: throw the apron on, grab the broom, make it look like I'm doing something.
And Marie, Luke's mother, is there holding the front of the shop. And she sees you and she smiles. Huh? Simone?
I go to sweeping floors.
And she she sort of any news
On
the young man in our home?
right. Yes. I will speak with him today.
Nothing too new over here, she says.
Good. That's good. Doesn't seem to be that everywhere.
Would you like some coffee?
Is it actually coffee?
No.
Don't think my heart can handle fake coffee today.
And she stands behind the counter as you sweep. It's sort of an awkward few moments. And she says, Luke has been very happy the last few days.
He's working very hard.
He's safe.
I guess as safe as he can be, being part of what we are part of.
Have you met this woman that he's dating?
I try not to pry into his personal endeavors. He needed some advice, and he got a lot of it.
He won't tell me anything because I'm his mother.
Are you concerned about this woman?
Well, I've not met her, have I? I don't know who she is. You'd think that he'd want his mother to meet the woman he's dating.
That's the last person he wants to meet, the woman he's dating.
Well,
I have high standards, but you're his mother.
she clearly does not like the fact that there is someone in her son's life that she does not know. Sort of.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't investigate this woman. I will. I guess what I'm saying is, I'm sure there's a good reason why he's keeping her from you. Maybe he's not keeping you from her at all. He's got a good head on his shoulders. Trust him.
And you can tell she's not happy with the idea of her son dating.
Nobody's
probably.
ever happy with Regina. Is probably what she says. Yep.
Not happy with the idea of her son dating at all. And she's about to respond to you when the doorbell klingles, and a woman walks in, sort of blonde, sort of shortish blonde hair, and in a bit of a business suit, with a skirt and her sort of cat eye glasses, and it is Colette who walks in, and she walks up and she goes, I am here for flowers.
That is why most people attend a flower shop. May I offer you our private collection in the back?
Oh, please. And she heads back with you.
I kind of look to Luke's mom that's just like, close the door, business as usual, like whatever that conversation is.
And Colette sort of walks with you in the back where you have a bit of you have that back room. She walks in, she looks about. Where is your husband? At work, I assume?
He's busy.
Good. Well, this is the first time we've had time to talk. in a bit of a while. She looks around and she has a seat and she crosses her legs. So, I would like a status report.
On.
Your cell. There's been quite a lot.
We have some casualties. Some losses to the group. We've recruited new people. Higher status. More integrated into the German lifestyle.
How big is your cell at the moment?
Same size.
4, 5, 6?
4. I don't think I want to include Luke. 4.
Yes. Well...
No, I don't say Luke out loud. That was not thinking out loud.
Yeah. She goes, 4. Name them?
I can't do that yet.
Why not?
I'm still sussing out their dedication to the cause.
You, your Oscar, Luke, Bard. That's 3.
There's a new individual in town. He's a profile.
All right. What about... I assume she is also? That would make 5.
Who?
The woman out front.
She is what I would call a very good everyday cover. She does not work for our cell.
Well, she's covering, which means she's in the circle.
She doesn't work for our cell. Her son does.
All right. So, what happened to Tango?
He seems to be a magnet for lead.
It seems he was, I assume, the supposed husband on the documents for this store, along with Eleanor.
Yes.
And so he is...
Tango? Dead.
Dead. What happened?
Too much lead poisoning.
Yes, who shot him? What were the circumstances?
Tango had the tendency to deal in criminal contacts. Criminals deal in only a few things: drugs, money, and death. Tango played the other 2 cards. The third one was up.
I must know, were these criminals who killed him, were they...
We believe they were communist.
Interesting.
Misunderstanding.
He was...
Tragic, really.
Involved in a dispute with the French Gestapo, who are also criminals. This was not that, then.
I told you, he collected a lot of lead. I didn't say it came from one place. There's only so much trauma the body can handle before, well, it's really not a body anymore, is it?
I do need as many details as possible. I see. So he was killed by communist criminals, and this high-level...
And I shipped his body back home to his mother.
Interesting.
Being escorted by his wife and child, Colette.
His wife and child?
I didn't stutter.
And they would be?
Sylvie, are you really that dense?
Interesting.
You can't possibly be. And Regina kind of like sits down and she's like, Colette, I am not interested in playing games with you anymore. You ride the line between asking me pertinent questions and impertinent ones, yet you haven't actually told me why and what you want out of this group. We have provided what we have asked for, but in the end, I don't understand what it is we are doing for you.
You
We
are
worked for
my
Falca-
cell. You
Yet
do
you
what I tell
haven't
you to do.
You haven't given us anything to go on.
I have given
We
you quite a
need-
few missions.
In which we have come through the
Yes.
other side.
And
So
now
why
I'm
now
giving
are
a
you
situation
here
report.
questioning us and our job? We lost a man in the field.
Yes.
I sent his body home to his mother with his wife and his unborn child.
Perhaps you do not understand how the chain of command works considering how you worked before. But when you are someone's asset, they usually take an interest in what happens with that asset. If someone is killed, they usually want to know why and how. So if they need to
Because
cover for
Tango
them,
was sloppy.
they can do so.
Because Tango was sloppy, and there's no need to cover for anything. We've already handled it, Colette. He died a few weeks ago, in fact. So don't worry. If you didn't know about it now, nobody's going to know about, or didn't know about it then, nobody's going to know about it now.
Things have a way of coming up afterwards.
And what difference does it make? They believe he died in Berlin anyways.
Point of order, they don't. They don't, because he was never there.
Oh, it doesn't matter because they believe his wife died in Berlin anyways.
All right. So, give me a further status report. You are currently rebuilding. You have a new person who you're looking for.
Oscar and I are riding frontline.
Mm-hmm.
We're spending as much time as possible sorting out the front end of SS.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. You've done well re-establishing yourself as a cell. I've given you time so that before I would go and give you a new mission, but I wanted to make sure you were taken care of, that you are all right.
I appreciate that. Things are going fine.
All right. So, what are you working on?
Currently, trying to recruit new people,
Mhm.
trustworthy ones.
Hmm?
Since then, we haven't heard any word since our last information trade. I imagine you got the files you were looking for?
Yes. Yes, I did. Thank you. So, bold of you to be working under your own name.
Worth it to get what I've gotten.
Difficult, doable. Let me ask you, what was your last mission given to you by Colonel Falca?
We didn't have one. We were being recruited. We were discussing opportunity, resources, availability, contacts within our group at the bar. We believed he was sorting us for other things. I'm sure it's not unknown that I am a rather blacklisted individual for the German intelligence.
Oh, you are a traitor who is technically wanted. Technically.
Technicalities, they bore me.
So he had not yet given you a mission.
No, it seems that our planning was cut a little short.
And to which element did he recruit you?
I don't think it matters, so Regina's going to say, I don't know. We were in early stages. We had only met with Falca 2 or 3 times before his death. So if you want answers, I can't give them to you, Colette.
It is important for me to know exactly what the offer that he gave you was, so that I might...
Offer was for us to start a friendship, to use the bar as good cover, a place where he could somewhat deal in some businesses, which we were right to do. That was all we had at the time.
All right, then. Thank you. That it clears up a few things. So, I will need the following from you. Since you have Oscar posing as your husband, as a SS officer, well, and it seems interesting that your past, both of your pasts have come back in the form of his former colleague, Elias Yeager, and someone you went to college with and were...
Yes, an acquaintance.
Acquaintance. His wife. Will they be a problem?
Why would they be?
Well, they know that Oscar is not Holgar. They've not said anything yet, but will they be a problem?
I doubt it. They're more of a problem for themselves. They just don't know it yet.
What do you have on them that makes it so that they're not saying anything?
Enough.
Enough.
I can't give everything away yet, Colette. You know how this game works. There's a little bit of trust here.
If there were trust, you would tell me.
I disagree. If there were trust, you would trust me to use the information as I need, and I will tell you on the back end.
I cannot handle you effectively if I do not know everything.
I don't need to be handled, Colette.
Huh. My dear, you do.
Then we are in a disagreement. You can either trust that we are doing everything we can to Yeager and his wife to get as much information as possible. You see, I believe that he's a bit unhinged, though that's not out of the know.
I have not
in
yet
addition,
given you a mission with regard to Yeager and Nicoletta, so I'm curious as to what exactly your game is there.
I don't need a mission to do my job.
Which is to be my agent, is it not?
When you show up.
And so what exactly are you doing outside of my mission briefing?
I'm doing my job.
Which is...
I'm just supposed to sit around until you walk through my door and give me a mission. I saw an opportunity and I jumped at it. You see, Oscar and I are now best friends with two of the highest-ranking SS officials, or one of the highest-ranking Gestapo officials in the city. The highest-ranking Gestapo official.
May I ask
how
this
helps... No, you may not ask. Let me finish. We've spent our time and our days in their company. We have influence and information. I've come across a lot more than you think, and I didn't need your mission to find it out. This is why Falca came to us. Because Falca knew who I was and what I was capable of, long before I was building cells, and long before he died.
May I ask you exactly how this helps German military intelligence to root out communist and resistance members and enemies to the fatherland? How is your buddying up with those two useful to the fatherland?
Everything is useful, considering the fact that this fatherland is actively trying to be insurrected, which I know that you know. The communists are not going to unseat the government. The SS is.
So you are saying that it is your belief that the SS is trying to unseat Hitler?
No. I'm saying that the SS is trying to take over. That your military intelligence is not going to be anything when this is all done. That they're going to see that the military is gone. I have good information that there is a meeting happening of high German officials. You see, when you sit around and you make friends with those worthwhile, you learn a little something.
And
Rumor has it that they're meeting in Berlin in a few months' time.
And how exactly does this help with German military intelligence's job, which is to protect the fatherland from communists and resistance members, which you said is what you were recruited for?
Colette, are we going to do this all day? What do you want?
I want to know...
It has nothing to do with the communists and everything to do with saving our fucking country. And you know that.
Well, you've told me that you were recruited for no particular reason, but just to be military intelligence assets.
I have, but that doesn't mean that I'm not actively doing things on my own terms.
Yes.
It doesn't mean that I don't see what is going on.
And what are those things that you're doing on your own terms?
I just told you.
You are working
actively sussing. Regina stands up. She says, Colette, you either want to work with me or you do not.
I'm going to give you a compel.
Fine.
You have your...
I pull my gun out of my dress and put it to her head.
Mm-hmm.
I am not going to stand here and allow you to mess with what I have built. Long before you came around after Folka's death, I was actively trying to suss out saving our country. Now, you can either trust me to do my job, or I will assure that you disappear. Knocking at my door. And in the end, I will still walk away from this and you will still disappear.
The compel is that you kill her because she's dangerous, because she's questioning you.
Done.
All right, shoot.
I was about to say, we've already done this once before, and Regina says, I almost killed you once before. I knew you'd be a problem then. I think you're more of a problem now.
I will give you that fate point to kill a very important ally of yours. Shoot.
Done.
Roll.
Oh, I need to roll for it. Why do I need to roll if I took the compel to do the thing?
Yeah, to shoot her.
Right? Can I just shoot her though? Because I took the full compel.
Yeah. Roll the shoot. Roll the shoot to do so.
Oh, I have to roll for it.
Yeah.
That's not very good. No, I don't understand, Trooper. I took the compel, which means I get my fate point. Why do I have to? Can I just say I shoot her?
Yeah, but you have to roll to see if you kill her. Like, you may shoot her and she may not die.
Then I guess I just shoot a couple more
times. I guess what I'm saying is if I don't take the fate point, can I just not kill her? Just flat out?
So either you take the fate point and try to kill her, or you refuse the fate point and don't try to kill her.
Well, you can have your fate point back because I'm going to need to re-roll that.
So you don't want to try to kill her?
No, you need to take it back because I rolled a 2 and that's not enough to hit her. So I'm going to re-roll because that wasn't a very good roll for me.
Go ahead.
There you go.
Would you like to roll a fate point? Oh, by the way, you can get a +2 if you use all your ammo. To, just pump her full of lead.
I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing.
So that's a 6.
Empty out kind of into her. So she's got 4 to soak?
Yeah. One more will do it. One more fate point will do it.
Well, I'm over this conversation. She asked too many questions. There.
Okay.
You got it.
What is the aspect that you use?
I mean, I have the mind of a killer. She's a problem.
So as she's trying to figure out exactly what you're doing, and you interrupt her and you say what you say. How many bullets do you pump into her head and describe?
The whole clip, which will probably be about 8 of them. Actually, if she doesn't go down in the first one, I'll pump another one, but I don't also want to make a lot of noise. We're in the middle of a well-populated area. So, what is back here? What What is in this flower shop? I need something dense.
Flowers.
You could shoot into a bag of dirt.
That's
But-
what I was
but
thinking.
the-
You read my
but-
mind, Greg. Yeah,
But there's a fate point, so you just killed her. You just like shot her. So there's going to be noise.
But no, just give me a second. That's what I'm trying to say is like if I grab a bag of dirt or something and turn around and shoot her through it, it silences. I'm looking for something to potentially silence the gun. I mean, it's not a big gun to begin with. It's just a ankle, it's just a Walther. So.
But you wouldn't have had time to silence yourself because you just shot her, right? You just like put the gun to her head and shot her, as opposed to like went around, try to find soil, and then get like a silencer. Like you just shot her. But that was
Okay,
just like
fine.
Yeah. Marie comes into the back after she hears the shots. What's going on? And she sees Colette
Please go back up front, Marie.
in the blood, and she backs out. You do not have to roll a will roll for killing her. Killing people is not hard for you anymore. And there is a body of this woman. What do you do with it?
Let's see. We have a freezer.
You do not.
We talked about this. We do. We have a flower freezer.
You did. You wanted a freezer, not a hothouse. Yes, you have a flower freezer.
We have
Yes.
a freezer. I'm gonna take her body to the freezer to start. Let's see. I need her to stop bleeding out to begin. So yeah. So I guess I just need to. I'll clean up afterwards anyway. So I drag her to the freezer. Put her in there first, so maybe it'll coagulate the blood faster and she won't bleed out everywhere. And then Regina will spend the rest of her time cleaning up the mess. Yeah.
And then let's pan back as Regina's cleaning up this blood. The flower shop is nowhere near the bunker. It is different parts of the city. It's in the city center.
Is there a sewer entrance nearby? Like a pothole or something like that?
You are in the middle of city center, so getting the body out is gonna be kind of tricky. You might be able to do it in your.
Oh, I can hack the body up.
Yeah.
Is there a sewer entrance nearby?
You're in the one. You could get to the Seine. You could get to the river. You probably want to wait till it's dark, because this is a very heavily.
Regina has a machete that's really good at hacking people. This is what she did last time. The Duke gave it to her. She will hack the body into multiple pieces, wrap it up in flour packs and things like that, put it in the bike cart, and drive it across town.
So as this will take a little bit of time as you're hacking this body.
I would just like to say thank you. Thank you.
I got you. We'll just wrap them up. We'll put all the body parts in flowers. The hardest one will probably be her torso, which I think I could stack with like soil bags or something
the
like
head's
that.
more difficult than the torso.
Yeah, I think I might be able to hide them in like soil bags or something like that.
Trooper, look what this game has done to us. We're talking about.
I've always been like this. I'm sorry.
Regina just.
So let's go back over to the bunker. Oscar, what are you doing?
Refreshing my drink right now, Trooper, but that's what Greg's doing. But Oscar is on his way to the propaganda department with his best bud and tag team partner, Dr. Singh.
And Hannah will be giving an exam to Frida in that moment. Let us get to the propaganda department. And as you sort of walk up into this, this is like this massively huge hotel. It's big, it's impressive. It's one of the biggest, most luxury hotels here, and it is the headquarters of the military occupational authorities. And as you walk in, people nod to Holgar, the people at the front. There are a lot of guards with guns sort of in the front to make sure that everything is safe. And as you walk in off to the side, you can see this extra luxurious restaurant off to the side that also is like a little bit of a stage, and you can see within the restaurant a lot of sort of officers eating, some famous people eating as well, sort of like celebrities, sort of like French celebrities, sort of sitting there.
I heard for a second you were like a lot of officers eating, and then you said celebrities, and there was a pause, and I was like, they're eating what now? I'm like, what?
And you know, like there's like a, you know, quite a bit of just like, it's very nice. And Oscar takes you up to, I think you're like office on the 4th floor, and when you get up there to the top, you know, he takes you into his offices, and he takes you into like it's like a suite, right, of like a bunch of sort of large sort of hotel rooms have turned into sort of offices. And when you walk in, there's this secretary who looks at Holgar, nods, sir, and she sort of rises to take your coat and hat, just while giving you, just checking you out. You know, it's just.
He'll give her a wink. I'm assuming that this is
yes.
Helen, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she just like takes your coat and hat with a little bit of a, you know, like she's just not certain that you're a really loyal Nazi, and she doesn't know how she feels about it, but she's not saying anything at the moment, and so she just takes your coat and hat, and she comes to take yours as well, and she goes,
thank you,
sir. She takes your coat and hat, and she puts it
Trooper,
away.
just so you know, every time you said coat and hat, I've heard John Mellencamp and Michelle Negdiolicello singing. Every time you said that, I've heard the needle drop.
Oh,
right.
First off, that's a great song. I just want you to know it. And people are looking at you as you sort of walk in, like with some interest. I'm like, what is our golden boy doing? Like, what is going on? What is going on here?
What was her name in it? Helen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he wouldn't have said her name though. Her name is Helen, but Holgar would not have introduced her as Helen.
I think Pritam, as she's taking, he finds something about her to compliment, just to kind of, like I was like, oh, that's a very lovely brooch, by the way.
Would you roll rapport for me?
Oh, okay. Okay.
If you would.
Where'd it go? Okay. Why does this always close when I want it?
I roll -1 for her will, by the way.
Yes. Okay, there we go. Character sheet open again. And rapport. Where'd it go? Come on, baby.
Oh, I will give you, my friend, a nice boost on that one, you're just going to have it because she looks at you when you compliment her brooch, and she goes, "Oh,
is that foreign? I feel like I've seen that design somewhere."
Yeah, this is. Oh,
I take it it's from Kanpur, the northern state of India. It looks quite like a craftsman's design from there.
Yeah, I got this from my husband on his travels.
Lovely collection. That matches you and your outfit quite well. Thank you. Well, if you excuse me, I apologize. My friend over here is.
Oh, no, wait. And she goes like just a little bit around the corner, and she comes back with like 2 cups of coffee, like actual real coffee, and she hands you a cup, and she goes, Herr Leixner? And she hands you a cup as well.
He will just take it and not say thank you or anything.
Because of course not. And
I take a sip, and he goes, "Oh, now that is a brew. Feels like ages. Brewed to perfection. Thank you."
And she smiles and she blushes a little bit. And she's a slightly older woman. She's like probably early 40s. She's got a wedding ring on. But women who are
not a home record, just letting you know.
But women who are married don't work in this particular kind of society, because they're a bunch of they don't believe women should be working unless they're single, and they think that all women should be married and be mothers, right? So the fact that she's working probably means that she's a widower. if she has a wedding ring. So she just sort of blushes a little bit because you're like a young, handsome fellow who just gave her a compliment. And she sort of smiles at you, and she sits back down. And she goes, "Oh," and then she stands back up. Captain Lexno, do you need something?
He would turn and just kind of absently and disrespectfully wave, but then he would show the rest. Dr. Singh, just go ahead, just a couple of steps there. My office is right through that door.
Thank you. And then he kind of just raises the cup at her again. He goes, "Have a wonderful day." And then kind of just walks forward. After you, sir.
Yeah, he'll wait for you to go in, and as soon as you do, he doesn't turn and look at Helen, but he stays, so he's just in her like audio sphere, and he says, very good, Helen. It seems you see all kinds of things in people. And then
and she just, it's a very weird vibe, because on the outside she's a very like official secretary, but there is something in her eyes where she's like, who are you, right? Like and like you can just tell that she is trying to suss you out, but not letting anybody in the office know that she's trying to suss you out. And she goes, Captain Leixner?
Yeah.
And she looks at you for a moment. She goes, do you have any new friends that I need to know about?
I'm always making friends. But when they get truly important, I will make sure to let you know. Until then, just expect actors to come calling for a part in the picture. Of course, turn them away unless they are exceptionally handsome or fantastically beautiful.
And she says, could you check this paperwork for me? And she sort of points to this paperwork on her desk. It's just random papers, really. But in order to look at them, you're going to have to lean down.
He does so.
And as she sort of leans over you to sort of point to the paperwork, she says, well, I've heard that, well, there can't be so many Indians in the city who are doctors. I've heard he did a very good job at the Home of Mutual Friends. Is that so?
You would have to ask the doctor, but I do know that he is a fan of house calls. And he winks again.
And like you can tell she's like, that was close, but she's like, And she says, I've missed something. My dog. Have you seen him recently?
What's she trying to suss out here, Trooper? Is she looking for code? She's looking for some type of name drop response. What's the response to this then? She's looking for a dog, and my response would be,
but you don't know what that is.
What's that?
You don't know what that is. She's like, what is that?
Then he wouldn't say anything. He would just tap the paperwork, and a lot of people are missing a lot of things.
Have you seen him though, my dog, Ziggy?
Ziggy. Sounds like a dog that was put down. And then he walks into his office.
And she goes back to typing right at her office, just giving you a look, like not a dangerous look, but like interesting, right? That's a.
So yeah, he would go into his office. Now I'm assuming the way I have it in my mind, and please correct me if I'm ever wrong on any of this stuff, Trooper. It's super cold outside, so I'm assuming that in an effort to kind of share heat, they're either closing the offices off for radiator space. Well, what he would do then is he would open his door, and if he has something to kind of, stop it open, he would do so. He would stop it open. If there are double doors, he would open them up, being very dramatic. And very loudly say to the prince, and this is the propaganda. This is where you would be working if these people can impress you the ways that I have. But I understand that you need some more convincing. They are not all like me. And they need to understand that they need you much more than you need them.
And, heads turn a little bit. And it's about like 3 seconds later where somebody gets up and moves to the office, and it's your boss, Holgar. And this man goes, hello. We have heard good things about you. It is so nice. Hello, Raiders. It is so nice to see you here in the office. I trust that our Captain Holgar has given you a good tour.
Oh, quite. He is quite a bit of a charmer. Very good company for sure. And I must say, it was quite refreshing to have a friendly face in a new city like this.
Well, this city is full of friends. If you need anything, please let me know. We hear that you're going to be joining our radio division. Is that right?
I'm still in consideration. I mean, my good friend here has done quite a bit, but I mean, for him, obviously, I would love to, but there are some more personal matters that I still have unfortunate apprehension towards. I mean, you see, myself being a doctor, I do need to perform my, doctoral duties, as one must say, and unfortunately, being a doctor means I need to have a clinic, and without a clinic, I'm not much use am I for my profession. My original goal was actually to go back to my homeland and start my own clinic there.
But you're here in France now. You can certainly
Indeed, which
stay.
is what tugs at my heart. I mean, I would absolutely love, if I could, to join this wonderful establishment, especially if it means working with my friend here. But
Holgar would saddle up playing the good cop to Sing's better cop, and he would put his arm around very, very casual, absolutely outside the realm of the chain of command here. But he would go ahead and put his hand very like a comrade, an equal around his superior. And he would say, my friends, this is my superior, but he's a good man. And I told you that if you come to here to work for the propaganda department, you would be working for one of the finest men in all of France. This man has the power to give you the clinic, something that I cannot do. I am a newcomer here to the city. But this man could, and he looks at his superior, this man could seal the deal.
I'm going to need from you all rapport. This is what I'm going to need from you two.
I get to roll acting.
I'm going to need some rapport / acting.
Nice. Look at that roll. Oh, nice, buddy. Okay.
Looks at you both. You're going to beat him by 1 because of that tag team. Of course. I mean, you should know that this radio thing we're going to be having for you is will not get in the way of your practice. Of course, we would make sure you had time to work your practice as well as work with us on the radio. You have such a beautiful voice. We believe that you would sound beautiful on the airwaves. I'm sure that
he's quite a bit of a charmer, isn't he?
No, I assume you have a practice already picked out.
I have toured the city. There was one establishment that I did notice, but it does not. Unfortunately, I don't know if I have the funds to furnish it or purchase the deed for it.
Oscar leans into his superior. These things, these deeds, and this money.
What is this? What is it? What is this office? Tell me where it is.
I'm blanking on the street name. Perhaps you can help me.
Yeah, and he would give the address of Hannah's clinic.
One moment, and he goes off and he sort of talks to Helen and has Helen make some phone calls, and it's like maybe like 1 or 2 minutes that he's gone.
And during that 1 or 2 minute time, Oscar or Hogar very loudly is saying things like, "You know what I can see for you, my friend? If you decide to do this, we will begin to run reels before every cinema, and they will show you, and they will show your power here with the spoken word, and also with your hands as you are creating and saving both Germany and India and the future together."
And he walks in, this man and he goes, listen, there's no problem with this clinic. This belongs to some sort of Jewess, and we can just confiscate it, no problem. You want it, you can have it. It is yours.
Oh, well, then that sounds absolutely fantastic. I did not expect, man, my word, you must have actually, and he kind of turns to Holga, he's like, if anything, your praises might have actually fallen short of the capabilities of your manager here. I'm indebted to you, sir. Unfortunately, being a doctor, just having the bare essentials, no, I can't say more. You've already done so much.
What?
The doctor is too much of a gentleman. Oscar's heart is breaking inside when he heard some clinic that was owned by a Jewess.
Yeah, same.
But Hogar is continuing as Oscar sobs, and he is too much of a gentleman to say it. It takes money to start things. Everything is more expensive here in Paris because of. I told him that the funds are not. I told him that.
Listen. First off, this Jewess, she's on the run somehow. We've not yet found her, but her clinic apparently is still open. Whatever is hers is now yours. We should not have unfortunate.
The thing is, what was left over was antiquated, to say the least. I mean, the equipment is quite old. It's in disrepair or quite out of. To put it lightly, quite out of fashion.
Oh, well.
Medicine has advanced quite a bit in the last few years, and there's been quite a few new tools, new machinery, new methods, new drugs and medicine. It's just of course. If I were back home, I would have my family being royalty, fight for the funds and stuff. So I wouldn't be, obviously I would not be so apprehensive about this, but I feel so poor asking you such things.
Say no more.
Holgar leans into his boss and he says, "Picture this. The camera drinks in the doctor, surrounded by the finest of German medical technology. He is waiting and helping a German mother, someone like Helen, helping her to cure the wounds, both of the mind, heart, the body.
Perhaps German soldiers, fresh from the war."
And Holgar goes over and opens up his desk and grabs something out of it. And he goes, "But this picture is incomplete. This picture speaks of a kind doctor helping someone." And he walks over to the prince and he wraps something around his arm and steps back. And there is a red band with a swastika on it. Now, see this picture.
Oh, give me your acting role, if you would please.
Oh
what are you gonna
God,
do?
that is the worst I've ever.
There are some group fate
fate
points.
point from the group.
Take it. I give it to you. That performance deserves more.
Or
No. I'm rolling so bad tonight.
It's better.
Can
I assist in some way?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Please.
Roll what?
Rapport.
Rapport? Okay.
But tell me how you sell it.
Oh, come on.
Tell me how you sell it.
Just show off the band, man. Like,
I think like you see Preetham, he's deeply disgusted inside, but like you just see him kind of like take it almost like a cape and kind of just flourish it about, and he goes, and you kind of just see him like gently rub it. He goes, "It does have a certain sense of feeling of power. I mean, I could certainly get used to this, but," and you just see him like take it off and start like,
no. It looks good on you, and he pins it back on. We will get the equipment. There's much that can be done. First off, some things can be just confiscated from people who no longer need it, who are not loyal, and also things can be brought in. And he just claps Holgar on the shoulder. This will be well done indeed.
Of course it will. Plus, I have a new narrator for my movie.
Oh, yes. Sometime later this week, I'll want a report on what you're thinking. And he just looks you up and down like, oh.
And then he kind of like turns to Peggy. You also did mention some sort of translating job, too. I am fluent in Italian, French, as well as Hindi and Tamil. So multiple languages. So if you wish to use those skills, they are at your service.
Oh, well, I'm glad that we have these allies. I will say that I can report to the State Department that we here, Holgar and I and you, have made a good partnership. There will be wonderful things for both of our countries. We must have dinner sometime with the ambassador. I'm going to make some phone calls. And he just sort of like gives a wink to Holgar, like, oh, yeah, and sort of heads out and barks a couple of orders at Helen and heads off to make some more phone calls.
And when he looks at him, he gives him like a wink back. That's basically like the jackpot when it comes to the prince, because he checks a lot of boxes for this despicable party. But
and in the infirmary, it's Hannah and Frida. And Hannah says, Jeanette might be a problem.
I do not know Jeanette terribly well, so I will take the other's lead on this scenario.
Well, she was a collaborator. She was having an affair with the old head of German military intelligence, and he was assassinated, and she was implicated in the assassination and
oh no,
captured and tortured for a few months.
As I would imagine.
She did not do it, but she was rescued by Oscar, who broke her out of that place.
Oh, good.
But she did not know that this group were resistance, so she probably thinks that we all had something to do with her torture. Which I suppose we did.
That is unfortunate, but...
And now she's missing. Well,
also unfortunate.
Yes. So, I have finished your exam, and I have news.
Yes?
Well, you may want to sit down.
Oh, that kind of news.
She says, she puts the speculum away, and sort of cleans up. Well, quite a bit of news. So, and she's about to give you this news. We're going to go to break. Oh, yeah.
How dare.
Oh, I know. I had to. And we're going to go to break as she's preparing to give you news about your...
News that I should be sitting down.
That you should be sitting down there for your report. And Marie, Luke's mother, notes the car that is waiting for Colette to return, that's outside of the flower shop, that is waiting for her to emerge from the flower shop. Just the driver's waiting. And that is where we're going to take our break. Let me read our donations. We have a couple coming in, and I want to thank everyone who has donated so far. It is much appreciated. First off, Drathdeer has donated 1,500 bits, but has not given us a message. That's all right. The message is, "We love you," says Drathdeer. And Cleric of Chord, Mama Tango, has donated 1,500 bits, saying, "Some love and oranges from Mama Tango." Cosmic Demon Wolf has donated 1,000 bits. Thank you, all three of you, very much. Also, thank you to our raiders. And Rissa, our wonderful mod, has donated 500 bits, saying, "I see a serious cliffhanger for this season in our future." Maybe. But we're gonna go and take a break. Give yourself 10 minutes to stretch, relax, just hydrate, and we will be back in 10 minutes, and we will see what they do when we get back.
Japan made these material losses.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second part of our season finale of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. As we left off in the first half, Dr. Hannah has finally decided to follow Regina's request to leave the country so that she can save her family, and because she has someone who can carry on her work. And she sort of said goodbye, although she's still going to do some training with young Dr. Singh. And one of the last things she was doing was giving an exam to Frida. She has finished this exam, and she's going to give Frida some news. Pritam, Dr. Singh, and also Oscar have played a very good part to get our doctor a confiscated clinic, because they are fine confiscating things from people pretty easily, and are going to audio zing. If Coldrake's noting a bit of an audio zing, I'll just turn myself down so that I have less volume, and maybe that will do it for you. So that they will get the best state-of-the-art medical care, which they can use for propaganda purposes. And the boss is very excited about this, and it looks like they've got a gold mine in the form of an Indian prince who will help them out with their propaganda immensely. And of course, Regina got to meet her handler with German military intelligence, who they've been doing a triple agent thing for quite some time, pretending to be agents, pretending to be resistance in order to help German military intelligence catch resistance, or maybe. And Colette, after a kind of a big explosive moment where half our team bombed a party where Goebbels had once been, and it was like there's a lot of sort of very high level sort of stress, comes in to sort of get a status report to see how they're doing before she gives them their new mission. And she got shot in the head a couple times. She's not doing well in the brain matter inside the skull area. Regina doesn't like having bosses, and so she does not respond well to not being her own boss, and so she killed her boss, and the boss's driver's out front, and the boss is being hacked up a little bit into kind of pieces in the freezer. And this is where we find ourselves, and Dr. Hannah is looking at, and Jeanette, a young woman that they are responsible for a little bit of torture. They didn't torture her, but they set her up, and the SS like to torture people, has escaped the underground bunker, and we don't know where she is. And so Dr. Hannah turns to you and says, "So you're seated? Also muted?
Yeah.
Tell me, how are you feeling?"
I was feeling better till you asked me to sit down. I'm feeling all right. All things considered.
Do you have... What is your... Mrs. Engel, it seems you have been pregnant many a time?
Yes.
Who were your previous doctors?
Well, officially, only the finest that could be afforded by my husband in Berlin. Unofficially, there were a few people that were friends of friends.
I would say there has been some damage to your right fallopian tube, and there may be some difficulties conceiving in the future. If that is something that is important to you, it will be significantly more difficult.
I see.
It is not impossible, but difficult.
Yes. Thank you for your examination. I suppose that it's only to be expected after 7 times. So
No, I would say it's not the amount of times, it was who your doctors were.
not looked very fond. It's not been looked very fondly upon in Germany this past decade or so.
No. It is possible, but... And she just, puts her hand on your forearm. You will need to go to a specialist in fertility, if that is something you want. There's also always adoption.
It's true. Thank you. It's good to know. I have not been able to really receive an examination like this in some time.
She puts her hand on your shoulder, she pats it again. She says, I'm sorry if this news is bad.
It's complicated. Good and bad?
If ever you need anything, speak to Dr. Singh. He can write to me, and I can write back advice, at least.
Thank you, Dr. Hannah. You have been lovely.
This is what happens when basic medical procedures are made illegal or difficult to obtain. Then it becomes less safe, and women are harmed.
Well, more harm would have come if I hadn't had the procedures done, so...
I'm sorry that it is illegal and difficult. I'm sorry that basic healthcare is not... That is... And she stands up. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Thank you again.
But keep hope. I will leave you here unless you want me to stay.
Well, I do not believe I am due back to the flower shop until Regina gets back. So.
And she sort of pats your hand. And like you can tell that she's trying to figure out the best way to support you at this moment because you're being somewhat stoic. She looks around and she pulls out her last piece of cookie and she hands it to you. It's small.
Thank you. Oh, it's much appreciated, so thank you. Also, do you have pen and paper nearby?
Of course.
I have to make my kidnapping is not convincing.
And she hands you a pen and paper. And she says, I'm leaving. And I imagine I won't be back until after the war.
Most likely.
And Regina has left.
Is there anything you want me to tell Regina for you? Give her?
No, it's all right. And you can tell that there was something, but...
Are you sure?
Well, I wish it was someone who knew her. Just tell her... No, don't. I just want her to be happy.
A tall order for Regina.
I know. I think she might have found happiness, maybe, in London. So... Just... I don't know. Would you do me a favor at least?
Certainly.
I want to give you something, and I hope that you might give it to her, but only when she needs it.
I will do my best.
Not now, not soon, maybe never, but if there's a moment when you think she needs it, would you give it to her? Maybe we'll do something.
course.
And she
The least I can do.
goes into one of her, file folders, and she hands you something that is in an envelope, and she hands it to you. And you can open it, and I will tell you in a DM what's in the envelope.
Wonderful.
But there is something. There are two things in this envelope, and she says, "Don't give her this unless she needs motivation, or her spirit's lifted, or I don't know, maybe." I will leave you to it.
I will use my discretion to the best of my ability.
And she gets up and she leaves you there in this infirmary to sort of collect yourself. She's going back upstairs where her father is. So
I'm gonna write my ransom note.
yeah.
And eat this cookie.
And think about that.
Think about some things. Yeah, but that's after the ransom note. She's distracting herself with the ransom note first.
Yeah. Regina, Marie comes back into the back, and she knocks.
I say, wait, who is it?
It is me.
I would hope by now I've moved the body to the freezer so she can't see it.
Yeah.
There's probably still blood everywhere. So Regina immediately cuts open a bag of dirt or fertilizer and begins spreading it across the floor. What's a better way to soak it up than sweep it up in the dirt? That's probably the best way. So she immediately begins sprinkling it and covering up the blood so Marie can't see it. And Regina looks to Marie and she says, "It might be a good time when I leave to close the store early today."
There's a car out front that's been...
Did she arrive in it?
I imagine so.
Wonderful. I'm going to put her clothes on and walk out the front door. If anybody asks you, she came and went. No problem. Wonderful. Yes?
And I'm gonna have to make just a will roll for her because she saw a super dead body. You see her, she sort of nods and backs out. That's a 0, by the way. And she looks
For what?
For her will roll, because she has not seen a dead body shot in the head before. This is just from that.
Do I know? Can I note this?
Empathy?
Is it obvious? Okay.
Fair, yeah. She seems very shaken by what happened, by witnessing a killing this way. She seems shaken. Like her hands are trembling.
Mine are covered in her blood, so I can't really touch her.
Yeah. I mean, she's putting on a brave face, but you can tell.
It's the first time you've seen a dead body.
In this way, yes.
I'll tell you something that I told your son once. This won't be the last one that you see before this is all over with. I'm sorry that I brought this to your doorstep today.
Trooper, if it helps, she was there when I gunned down her husband too.
Yeah, but he went over the
okay.
balcony. You know what I mean? And this was just woman right there in front of her. So that's a bit much for her.
I believed that she was a problem, that she would have compromised us.
Do you mind if I and she sort of indicates towards the loo, the WC.
Regina kind of nods, like, go ahead. I can't stop you.
Unless you did
Regina...
still up front.
No, you're fine. Regina watches her go, and Regina goes out front and flips the sign around to say closed.
And Marie vomits in the loo.
Regina would empathize, but she's been there.
Yeah.
She turned out just fine, which is the Regina way. So, Regina will finish sweeping up all of the kind of bloody dirt, and dispose of it somehow. Maybe go drop it in the flower beds. You said there was like a
out back,
a plaza, like a garden type thing out back or whatever.
The inner courtyard has like a
Colette is now officially part of the earth of Paris, poor woman. And I sprinkle her out what's left of her blood there. I am
under the snow. You have to like move the snow so you can.
Right. We do need you know what? When I'm done hacking up her body, I'm gonna take one of the pieces and I would like to drain the blood into a container of some kind. We need blood for, I don't know, an upcoming kidnapping release that we're about to deal with. Ain't no blood like real blood. And then she's gonna wrap all the body pieces up and make a bunch of bouquets out of them. Add some flowers, add some basic bags of dirt to try to hide everything, and put it in the bicycle cart. And Regina is gonna prep all of that, and when it's all said and done, she puts on Colette's clothes. She I don't know if Regina has the will to do this. She does. Before it's all done, she takes the machete that was given to her by the Duke, and she carves a swastika in the back of Colette's body. She puts on Colette's clothes. She hides her hair as much as possible and like puts everything up to make it look like Colette. She even wears her shoes. Probably the same one she rescued her the last time from. Like she was wearing. And Regina will walk out just like Colette usually does, right? Bag and everything to the car. She will get in the back trying to hide her eyes, but hopefully the driver buys it.
Deceive?
And this person's never met me before.
That is correct.
So I get a +2 to this. Okay. 7.
The driver goes, Madam, where to next? You were in there for a long time.
I know the address of the location where Colette used to live, don't I?
Well, she
That,
lives in the hotel. She lives in a...
But I mean, like, they used to meet at that... like, they've met at that location before. That, like, that empty apartment location that was over... Okay, that's the location that Regina gives him.
And he goes... He sort of, like, furrows his brow. And he sort of looks in the rearview mirror, but he cannot see you while you're all bundled up. And he goes... All right, madams, if you wish. And he starts...
And I was about to say, as he turns, Regina is going to put one in the back of his head.
Shoot.
Fantastic. 6.
That is enough to kill him.
Great.
Because he's just a driver.
I catch his head with my hand before it hits the horn of the car. And like sit him back. And Regina is going to hop in the front seat. I imagine this is like a blacked out vehicle. It's marked for German intelligence. She's going to drive it across town to the same location where Colette has been seen before and was tracked by Gestapo and SS. She will deliver the car, leave him there, and she will wear Colette's clothes out of that car and go back across town to the flower shop, change into her clothes, and bite Colette's body all the way back to the bunker.
And Oscar and Pritam, you are in the propaganda department. Pritam, you're wearing a nice Nazi armband, and the office is full of life and excitement as people are walking back and forth with papers. People are collaborating about what will be a really good news story. People are reading things and censoring things. People are sort of looking at, you can tell it's a whole operation where they're looking at newspapers, film, radio. thinking about what will be posters, what will be the best, what should not be, and what will be. And you can see these are all artists in various ways, of some sort at least, sort of like showing posters, meaning like, oh no, that one's not dramatic enough, or that one's not patriotic enough. And it's a mix of army people and SS people, and they're all trying to figure out how to make Germany look great and the friendship between France and Germany look strong, how to make it seem as if the Muslim community are really friends, and it's quite international and interesting about them trying to because there's a wide globe right now, and France has a former empire that they want to keep, and there are a lot of people who, and Paris is an international city, and there's a lot of work going on to try to make the various peoples of this city friendly to Germany, make Germany seem like the best choice, and make others seem less good. To make Jews seem less good, to make communists seem less good, to make de Gaulle seem less good. And now, as you notice, to make America seem less good. And, of course, Britain. And there is a lot of new work going on to make Roosevelt look terrible and the United States look terrible. And you can see that they're all, trying to work these things out in this office full of creatives trying to create poison. And each one of them, when they notice you, they smile and they nod at you, and they give a special nod to Holgar as someone who clearly has brought in the big, big whale. And everyone is so happy to see someone who believes in what they believe.
The entire time, Pritham absolutely makes sure that anywhere he goes, he's seen with Holgar. He wants to cement the fact that Holgar and him are they are best buds. You want me, you gotta be with Holgar. And kind of lets Holgar kind of do most of the talking in terms of introductions and just anything in that relation. And I don't know how I can achieve this, but the entire time, anybody he is introduced to, Pritham is assessing how they can be used secretively for his clinic and for this new mission now that he got all of this from Hannah to take over this clinic and have the responsibility of being basically the primary medical care for a lot of the minorities in this community in the city.
That's right.
So he wants to use basically any sort of resources he can from this, any sort of connections, any sort of guzzying up possible to just milk as much as he can.
We create an advantage?
Yes, you can. Please do.
Okay.
Let's see. This is going to be for the doctor, but I don't know how to do this cohesively, but Holgar would basically very benignly feed information that the doctor would be able to categorize from a different perspective as throughout the introductions. Oh, this is so and so. He was wounded on the Eastern Front, but now he's here. So how's the leg? Whatever it would be. Just a little hint that he can kind of ping and. Do you need an act for that, or what do you want?
I feel like tradecraft probably, or rapport, because this is not necessarily acting, it's about empathy. This is about knowing the people in your office and what will be most useful to trade over to him.
Okay, if this is an advantage that we're creating, can I assist him to create? I don't know what your empathy or rapport is, but if it's more than one,
both of them are. Well, at least both are fair in the fair category. Then the third tier.
Then you go ahead and I will help you.
Yes.
I will
Okay,
assist.
so
I have both of
can
those.
roll
So.
either. So I'll do rapport.
Mm-hmm.
Lordy, come on, give me something good. Yeah.
So 1. So
Oh wait, no. Oh, sorry, I didn't scroll down. I saw a 4.
Nope.
God damn it.
Yep. That's
I saw your last 4.
Yeah, that's a 0 plus
Damn.
a 1. That is a fail. If you would like, you can succeed at a major cost, or you can create the advantage, but the opposition will get the free invoke on it.
I wouldn't want to tell you to do a reroll, but that was a bad roll.
I was gonna ask for. I do have. I have 3 fate points. So
technically that's a 1 because I was assisting.
Yes,
correct?
that is correct. That is correct.
Okay.
So I will give you one of me fate points.
Using which aspect?
Oh, great question. Let's see. My free aspect. How about that? I am disarmingly charming and endearing.
Yes, indeed. And how much further do you take him outside of the office? Like, how far in this hotel do you go? And please re-roll.
Okay, I'm gonna first give you that. God, move this out of the way first. Where do I place this for you?
Pull it onto the playmat and then you can delete it.
Okay, I'll put it. Okay, no, not that way. Hold up, let me. Everything's in my way. So I clicked on my fate point thing.
Yeah, and then you drag it onto the playmat. Anyway, yeah.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I moved it off of. Okay, that.
And then just delete it.
Delete. There we go. Gone. And then I will have my character sheet again because I have to move it. And then report.
Report if you would. Okay, you'll get a +1.
Come on, baby.
Okay. You will get.
There's your free buddy.
Worth that we reroll.
Yes, you will get an aspect, which is, I'm going to say,
Dang, 5's good.
Potential important clients. And I'm going to give you a present.
Oh.
As you are wandering about, and that gets 1 free invoke. As you are sort of, yes, I need to ask you, how much in the building do you?
I want to spread organically. I don't want to take him off the propaganda floor, but I know there's also the restaurant facilities and stuff here. I want to take him down to the bar. I want to do all that stuff. But
the company tour,
right.
Like any new employee gets a free look at the canteen and all the services and the benefits.
Since we have some scene here, it created that advantage. I'd like to try to create one that's basically for both of us, but I want to have Hogar roll this.
Yeah.
Or Oscar, tag team.
Yeah.
So whenever we're together, we have this ability to bounce back and forth. And this is how I'm going to do it so I can use my acting. Whenever the doctor is off and talking, Hogar will step back to somebody that's on the periphery, kind of like waiting to talk to him, and just say, "Look at this. This is what we need to be doing. This is international now. You understand?" And that's like he's framing it as the beginning of an empire, and so there we go.
That I believe is your acting.
And that is superb.
I'm going to call this tag team Oscar. You're going to take this one. So would you like a present?
Of course.
You're in the restaurant.
Yeah.
And you are introducing people. And this is very impressive. And you hear a voice behind you, Oscar, close to your ear. Now, what exactly sort of doctor is he? And there's like a hand just sort of like just running down your spine just a little bit.
Well, recognizing Nicoletta's voice.
Oh, yes.
He does not turn and look at her. And he would say, the doctor, well, his speciality is possibility.
Oh, that's very, very vague. Holgar?
Perhaps you should ask him. Perhaps he is someone that you could become acquainted with. He is expert in many disciplines.
You should introduce me. And this is like, she's behind him, like standing right behind him, a little too close, and he's not turning around. It's a little intense. She says, so, are you going to introduce me?
Oh, you mean now?
Mm.
So what are you going to do for me?
Oh, many things.
So, who's being vague?
Yes, we're both vague, aren't we?
I'd like to speak with your husband.
Well, that's easily done.
Sure. But I would like you to be the one to arrange it.
Also easily done. Where? Public? Private?
There's a park over at the west ends of town. You're familiar with this?
I am.
It's a perfect place to get away. I think that a lot of people in this room goes there. He indicates the bar.
Of course.
What do you need with a good doctor? Are you ill?
No, but if you're interested in him, then I'm interested in him.
Do you have a story for him? He's going to be the voice of Paris soon.
Oh, interesting. I've been intrigued by your fantastic stories that you told me at lunch today.
Ah, yes. About cutlery.
So, introduce me to this handsome young man.
I will bring him by in a bit.
Oh.
And he steps away again without looking at her and goes over to the doctor and kind of just saddles right up. At no point is it ever, does Holgar or Oscar or whoever the hell he is right now, tries to make it look as if he is directing or guiding the prince or the doctor. This is, if anything, it is absolutely a showing of equals. And Holgar, who is notoriously assholic, is showing incredible deference to the doctor. I mean, he is, asking his opinion on this, and Holgar has never asked his opinion on anything. He wants to constantly promote the doctor.
People notice. People notice, right? People are like,
Oscar loves the doctor's opinion. Holgar shouldn't. So he wants to make that come across. So he is constantly. And after a good 10, 15 minutes, he would pull over in front of Nicolette. And on the way over, he would say, mind your words, we have just met.
And she is this stunning woman. She's currently wearing sort of like it's winter, so she's wearing like winter whites, a little off-white, and it's like a day dress that hugs her body in a way that is a little bit dangerous, and her hair is sort of done, and she's got just the right amount of makeup, and she looks, what's the word, well,
I could think of 1,000 words.
Could you think of 1,000 words? And she puts out her hand to you, and she looks you in the eyes with the most smoldering look.
So he comes up, and partially part of it is true, and part of it is a little bit played up once he realizes. But like initially, he is taken aback by her beauty, because I'm assuming she is quite beautiful and quite stunning.
Here you go. This is
Face claim Lauren Bacall.
right
up
there.
in the-
right there for
Yeah,
you.
I claimed it.
Oh.
Nobody spoil it for KP. Doesn't know yet.
Yep.
How dare you?
Yeah.
Face claim Lauren, a young Lauren Bacall.
So
Mhm, mhm.
he immediately like takes like, and he kind of plays it up like, you know, taken aback, like clearly like taken aback by her beauty, and reaches out daintily for her hand, kisses gently, and goes, "My, charmed to meet you, madame." And he immediately turns to Holga, goes, "My dear Holga, you haven't told me that we have such stunning personages in our office."
Could you roll will, please?
Okay. Hey, I'm so glad that's my highest.
Hmm.
Yes. Give it to me, please, dear Lord. Yes!
All right. She rolls a
Nice.
9.
Sweet Jesus!
She stumbles against you accidentally, needing you to catch her as she stumbles just a little bit. She's beating you currently by 4.
Dear Lord,
Mm-hmm.
why do you want to kill me that badly? Tell me you just want me dead now.
Do you want to do anything
You
about
don't
that?
even know what you're in for. This woman is worse than any Gestapo agent that we could send our way.
He doesn't know this.
Mm-hmm.
No, you poor sweet summer child. You do not know this. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Dr. Pretum.
No one warned him.
I basically just took you into a knife fight with Wolverine and gave you a butter knife and was like, let's go.
Yeah, go
Just
for
a
it.
this.
spoon. Forget a butter knife.
She's
Fuck
creating it.
up.
She's going to create an advantage on you. And that advantage is that you are a little infatuated with her. This is because she is. That was a roll to seduce, my friend.
Yeah, and I think like there's like a certain scent, a certain perfume that wafts in, and oh man.
Oscar would see that this is going exactly as he thought it would,
Mm-hmm.
and he would lean in and he would say, Doctor, I have apologized. This is Frau Yaga. She is the wife of Elias Yaga, who is the head of the local Gestapo.
And she sort of collects herself because you so gallantly saved her from her spill. And it's just like her body's just a little bit longer against your chest than it really could be, in that way, because she fell. She just and then she sort of collects herself. She says, "Well, you have such strong arms, Doctor."
Well, I wouldn't say they're quite that strong. More of just steady hands from constant sensitivity.
I imagine as a doctor, your fingers are quite dexterous.
One could potentially say so. I mean, yeah, I do have to get inside of things quite often.
Oh. So what sort of doctor are you? What do you specialize in?
Well, until now, primarily general care, but I am looking into getting more into OBGYN. Is that the correct terminology?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Really? How interesting. I feel like you and I should have lunch. I mean, I've never seen such a handsome and royal fellow before.
Thank you. I mean, you're quite charming yourself, madame, and I don't think I can hold any candle to your beauty.
Oh, you know all the right things to say to a married woman. How about
My
we have
apologies.
lunch?
I hope I did not step any bounds.
Of course not. Lunch tomorrow. I have a few medical
And you can
questions.
tell, like, as soon as she said she was, like, I know he said, I know Oscar, had mentioned that she's white, but I think at that time, like, he was still so beside initially from that it didn't register. But once she said it, there is a slight sense of disappointment. There is a change, a subtle change at that point.
I would hope that you would take me to lunch tomorrow?
I'm afraid that we will be very busy tomorrow, Doctor, but I'm sure that your schedule will open up as soon as you
will we?
there's a clinic and the radio.
Right.
Oscar, I imagine that you'll be meeting with my husband tomorrow at lunch. Surely you'll let me have this, Doctor, just a little.
Perhaps, my colleague here is quite correct, though. I do have quite a bit of new clinic to set up. However, I wouldn't mind if you come visit to see my new establishment, perhaps in case you may
need medical care.
Medical care, primary checkup of some sort.
Well, I'm fit as a fiddle, but I would love to just pick your brain about some things. I mean, I imagine your brain is quite fascinating.
Creepy. Okay. Danger.
Yeah, the stranger danger alarm should be ringing at full throttle right now.
Did it come up as a little sinister when she said that, or is it more of just a?
She seems like she finds you so amazingly fascinating, so intriguing. Probably you're the most fascinating man she's ever seen or met in her entire life.
Listen, with that 9 roll, I have no real options here, so there's nothing poor Preetham can do.
Yep.
He's a young boy.
Yep.
Straight out of college.
Yep. She noticed how young you were.
Hogar's going to start to guide him away because I'm sure there's still people that want to talk to him, and they're not going to be stopped by Nicoletta. Despite it's not me trying to distract Nicoletta, but he would just, dates abound here in Paris, and then he will take the doctor.
You can tell he's very begrudgingly moving along with.
Before you can take him away, she just puts her hand, Pritam, on your forearm, and she just leans in to give you the kiss on each cheek, as is custom in France. And as she kisses the cheek that's on the other side of where Oscar is, she just whispers in your ear, very quietly, she says, "Doctor, I do need your help." And she pulls back with a smile, as if she said nothing at all. And there's just that little quivering look in her eyes, as if she is a woman who needs protection and help, perhaps.
That's not true.
Would you like a fate point? As she slips something into your pocket. I would like to invoke your trouble aspect, that you're a doe-eyed Indian prince. Yeah. Would you like a fate point? You can say no.
It's a finale, take it.
As much as KP hates this, poor Preetham, with your goddamn 9 roll.
I know.
It's a little
She's the worst. She's the worst.
And so we will be taking that fate.
I'm going to give you a fate point, my friend.
Hey.
Here's what it's for.
Worth it, but for the sake.
She has left a note in your pocket asking you to meet her.
Okay.
Alone, and a private spot, and the fate point is for you to go there and meet her. Alone, in a private spot.
Okay.
Nice. She's made a little date with you to get you alone.
A date outside of the date?
She wants you all to herself.
Did she give a time and place as well?
Yeah, time and place.
Is it like tonight or when?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like she wants you to sneak away to meet her by yourself and And the fate point says yes, you get to be with the Viper by yourself with no protection. But she steps back. But you just get this sense that she probably needs you. She seems vulnerable.
As Holgar or as Oscar is dragging him away, you see his eyes linger on her a little longer, like keeping that eye contact a little longer. And before she, poor kid.
Yeah. She might have fallen in love with you at first sight. It's really unclear, but
okay, I need to create an advantage here for the kid. Let me. Oscar needs to. Okay, I'm not sure how I can do this. But Oscar,
but you do pull him away.
I do, but I need to create an advantage, some type of shield that he can invoke later. Let me see. I know. Can I create this aspect?
Please. What is it?
Okay. Dean is probably going to kill me. But this is the aspect. He wants to give him a shield, something so he can trigger to remember, to kind of bring him back to reality in this love-induced days.
By the way, her perfume is really nice.
It doesn't forget about that. It smells like the inside of a corpse.
Does it?
Yeah.
This is
death. That's the smell of death.
The shield that he wants to give is the aspect he wants to give to Pritam is she used to go out with Regina.
That's what I was gonna do. Stop it! I was about to make that. Yes, that is the exact one I was gonna do when you were.
So when you are lost in a sea of this woman, just remember your boss went out with her. Right.
I need to know how you say this, and I'm gonna need a roll.
Oh,
and I'm gonna need a will roll from.
I can sell this as acting because this is high drama. Like when they get out, he's going to turn and literally press the prince up against the wall. And he is going to look at him and say, listen carefully. This woman, she is not your friend. She's not your lover. She's not a potential lover. Though I'm sure she would acquiesce to such things. She is a manipulator. And just remember, before and beyond everything else, she is Regina's ex. And that's...
Roll it.
It's like as soon as when you press him against the wall, the first thing goes, I know, excuse.
Roll your will, Pritam.
Fuck yes. Well done. Oh, fuck, that's awesome.
This is just so epic, y'all. This is awesome.
Oh,
let's see how your will roll goes.
Okay, all right. One second. Why does it
fail this?
Let's see how this goes.
Will is my highest. So.
I know it is.
Let's see.
Wow. You failed by 3. Guess what, though? I'm going to cash in those 2 free invokes that Nicoletta got on our young doctor, bringing his will up to an 8.
No way. We can put some fate points behind this, y'all. We have to save Pritam. This is the
Do you have to save him? Do you have to save him?
This is how this happens.
Do you have to save him?
This is how she does this.
At least she doesn't have her invokes on him anymore.
She does not have any free invokes.
Okay, I got it. I've got a boost that I can use here.
Please?
And I'm going to use it.
What is it?
Because I established this last week. My boost that I am going to use here is Dawning of the Blade. I told her that her husband is a killer. And so just to push this through, he looks at the doctor and says, and if I haven't mentioned yet, her husband's a serial killer.
Interesting. So that puts you up to 9 versus her 8. What's really fascinating about that is that she also has an invoke about her husband being super dangerous with, I believe she has 1 free invoke on that one, which she is going to use. And you want to know why? I'm going to just tell you, Pritam, if her husband is a serial killer, that puts her in danger. She probably needs protection from you.
That's the reason why she asked me to save her.
That's probably why she saved her, which puts her at a
Okay.
10 versus your 9.
This is Regina's ex. You know what? And instead of playing into what we expect, which is like chat said, cutscene to Regina slicing up a body with a machete.
Yep.
We're not looking at that, Regina.
Mhm.
One of the game aspects is family matters.
That is correct. That is correct.
And Regina is family.
Are you spending a fate point, my friend?
I just spent my last one to help make.
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
That puts you
Better.
11 to her 10. Interesting. Uh-huh. I like it. I'm going to spend one of my fate points because everyone has an agenda.
That's how dangerous this bitch is.
Uh-huh.
Like,
And her agenda needs Pritam to love her.
Okay,
That puts her
everybody,
to
I
12.
need a fate
I'm
point.
gonna. I was about to say
Group
take
fate
it,
point.
or I'm gonna
Take a
have
group
to
fate.
take everything for. Look, Regina's
Okay.
already on a roll tonight, 3 for 3, baby. I still got
Okay.
some in the chamber.
I'm
The
gonna.
thing is, like, Pritham doesn't know this side of Regina. He just knows her as a strict person
Yep.
and one of his
He
teammates.
doesn't know
And
she's
Oscar says they
crazy.
used to date. Therefore,
Okay, so to drag this home, to push it home, Regina's ex, husband's a serial killer.
we do have y'all. I'm just reminding you, we do have a kidnapping we need to do. So.
Mhm. It's a finale. We were,
Mhm.
you know, we were gonna
Until
run
this
late.
is sorted.
It's
not
fine.
until
No,
this.
I'm just saying in
is-
terms of fate points. If you're gonna put it all on Pritham.
I'm gonna spend one of the group's fate points if I can here.
Please.
And this one is the first time I'm going to use this one since last season. He won't burn the bard, but someone else will. And that person that he saw as the perfect Nazi, the person that is everything that we are against in this particular moment, you just had your soul batted with the eyelashes of that perfect Nazi. And so he expresses, and for a moment he looks to make sure there is no one around, and Hogarth vanishes, and Oscar leans forward and he said, "The armbands that you wore in my office, that is her. She is a symbol of everything that this godforsaken party country has become. She is why you are here. She is the enemy." And he pulls back.
That puts you up by 1. I will spend one last one to see if you're going to do it, and I'm going to invoke one of her aspects, which is that she is a femme fatale, like a moth to the flame. I want to know if it's worth it for you to give him some mental armor against this woman.
How many do we have left?
Can we
friends?
can we go back? We may have something else we can cash in. I can't get back to the home screen. Roll 20's doing that thing again.
I can get it to you. I can get you there, my friend.
Take me home, trooper.
There you go, my friend.
Thank you.
She's up by 1 because she is a femme fatale. She is that woman who, like moths to a flame, she may be all of that.
Okay, let's talk about all of these advantages we got.
Please.
Do we still have disgraced leadership against the SS?
Yes, you
that
do.
could be one we could cash in, right? It looks to me like wait, that's hers character. Let's see.
May I just?
Please.
I feel like everybody's gonna hit me on this, but I just want to mention. I don't know how this can be used. If it can be both good or bad, which direction. But one of his aspects for Pritham is his iron will and steady hands, even in the face of fear.
Yeah.
So I don't know how this would play out in this scenario, but I feel like that is something.
Iron will.
I just wanted to let the group know.
Yep.
You guys can do with it what you will.
If you wanted to, you could spend that fate point, and that will bring you 1 up above her. 15 to her 14.
I think that's what he will use, especially after Oscar's speech about her and her affiliations and what she did and her connection to everything, both Regina as well as to her killer husband, and the fact that she is a married woman and Pritham is not, like I said, a home wrecker. right? He's not the type to do something along those lines. He just was shaken aback a little bit.
Spend
so
your fate point.
I will spend my fate point.
Mm-hmm.
Where to go? Okay, go away, you.
And I want you to tell me how your iron will allows us to create an advantage where you have some mental defense against Nicoletta. And I'm going to put that on there for you.
Well, first off, out of pretty much, I feel like Regina and maybe Oscar, actually, both of them might have this training, but he is an SOE trained person, regardless of how short it was. That's one. He is he is a prince, so he has had military tactics drummed into him, politics drummed into him, all sorts of those things,
and lots of pretty ladies in the past,
and a lot of other pretty ladies. That's for sure. But he was quite young at the time, so no one really kind of viewed him in that light. It's just, he is a doctor, but the thing is, I feel like considering his iron will as a doctor, as the mental fortitude that has helped him get through medical school and SOE training and all of those things, I think at that moment he feels that, like, he understands that this is a distraction. This is not the direction he should be going. And if Oscar is so dead against it that there is something to this, and I shouldn't be just a young child. Like, I'm acting like an immature child. He can see that now.
All right.
And so I will use that.
And it is so. You're outside of the building, and he's got you like in like the side alley, and he's like shaking you, and she's awfully intriguing and attractive, but you have some mental armor against her. You've steeled yourself a little bit with thinking about all of these things, but you will still go and meet her at the assignation. But I believe you have a kidnapping
we do
to stage.
So I was about to say, I return with a cup of blood, like a thing of blood. I hand it to you, to Frida.
Thank you. But I've always wanted.
I thought the real thing would be helpful. I came across some today.
Ah, wunderbar. She's like, in her mind, she's like, it's just setting the stage with some stage blood.
Where you got that blood?
But not to ask questions. I don't need to know where she got it.
Hannah is there, but she is sort of in the background.
Yeah. Frida will hand Regina, what do you think of this for a ransom note? Is there a typewriter in this hideout?
Oh yeah, the doctor would have brought her typewriter.
Fantastic. It's on a typewriter, so there's no handwriting. Hand a ransom note over for Regina's review.
Can I take a peek? I don't know. I mean, I don't really have tradecraft, so
this will be a deceive on the part of Frida.
Oh,
okay, perfect. Even better.
I need a deceive. Oh, you used Donning the Blade, did you not? Yeah, you did.
Yeah. How about superb?
Oh, sure.
How about a superb ransom note?
I'm gonna give you an advantage.
Ooh.
With you get one free invoke on a superb ransom note. Very believable. Regina, it looks good to you. It looks
yeah, Regina Regina goes, yeah, this looks great, and kind of hands it back to you.
Try to not involve anything specifically political, so it's vague.
Can I get a roll from you, Regina? Can I get tradecraft would probably be it, is what I would say.
For what?
Tradecraft, please.
To roll for what? Because tradecraft is not a very good skill.
To look, for what? When you're assessing this note.
Oh. No. Tradecraft is what I had Tango for.
Yeah.
I'm distracted.
It looks really obviously. Good. It looks good to you.
Wonderful. Great. Hand it back.
Right. Good start then, I suppose. Now we just need to whisk me away and deliver a note and be stumbled upon and make announcements.
Oscar and the doctor, are they back?
They're on their way.
Not yet. But say should be soon, I hope.
And
How long would you like to sit in the chair? Or the warehouse? I could go tie you up now.
That is fine. I will be quiet as a mouse until it is my cue to call for help.
What is that cue? We should figure out that.
We should figure out.
Regina
yes.
makes a note of one more thing on the list of things to do today that needs to be done.
Regina?
Yes?
Jeanette is missing.
Missing how?
She's not
Missing.
here.
Oh. Thank you for letting me know. That could be a problem. I look right at Frida.
Yeah.
She has been here, and now she's not.
We will try to find her. Is Luke went home, correct?
Yes.
I have to run another errand. But
Alright.
I guess we could do it after Regina's not sure how much time we've got before they return, when we want to stage this thing. Are we doing are we
I would
doing
say
it
after
today
all
or
that
tomorrow?
hacking, I imagine they'll be arriving right about now, because you spent some time hacking up a body, you know.
Yeah,
It does take time.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then the cleanup.
I'd imagine.
Great. Well, I remove, while they're gone, I'll take off Colette's clothes, bag them, put my own on.
And I think in that sort of moment, I think this is the moment where Hannah says, Regina, and that's when the gents come.
No.
Right at that moment where she was about to say something, the gents will arrive, and she will sort of step back.
Oscar goes immediately over to Regina. This life moves pretty fast, so before I forget, while we have been introduced over in the propaganda department, he met Nicoletta. There, you know this now. I have discussed the problems with this woman.
Well, he still stands.
For now, we all know that this is a slow burn.
You all talk to us as if though I'm talking to a monster. She's just a woman, right?
Oh, I've known plenty of women who are monsters. Men as well, so just...
She's a special kind of woman.
Well, I mean, that I saw, but
I'm not talking
Oh.
about her outsides.
well, I mean, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, Regina says just very coldly. She's like, I don't mean how she looks. She's interested in me and Oscar for reasons, and was interested in Hannah.
She a floozy.
That is a single term for it, yes. She is a bit of a promiscuous person, but she uses her cunning wilds and that lovely outside to take everything from you.
She's a warrior.
Vulture.
Viper, perhaps.
The point of the matter is, if you are still here and not underneath her, then you must have more willpower than I thought.
He's clearly confused, and he's just thank you. I think
She may need some sort of medical help. She was putting out feelers within my friend group for me. And I
I
have...
was not comfortable with it.
well, how should I? He kind of just like, and then he kind of just stops. He just stops him because he doesn't. He's so confused.
To save the
hard.
prince, Oscar's going to step forward and unlike what Holgar did in the propaganda department, he actually does put his arm
Yeah.
around the prince. It's the first time that you meet the enemy. Like Regina said, you're still standing. That is the victory. But we need to focus on the task at hand. This letter will find its way quickly to propaganda tomorrow. That was when the doctor is going to need to read it over the air. Regina and I will rush out like the heroes that we are, taking with us the driver. And he turns to Frida. This has to be authentic at this point.
Of course.
The Ziggy, when he was prepared, as I wrote what I wrote across his chest, I believe that the same must be done with you to make it look like retaliation for the deaths of communists. They had intended to take your life as well. I can prepare you if you wish.
Yes, whatever must be done.
Then he would take the blood and he would find a paintbrush.
I'm gonna need you to roll acting, because this is theatrics.
That's great.
That is an advantage, and we will call this. We'll call this marked
Stage makeup.
Stage makeup. No, staged makeup.
Oh,
Nice.
Mhm,
Very nice.
mhm.
Can I try something as well?
Please.
I'm not sure how this will go, but being a medical professional and not only the opposite, I mean, not only treating patients, but he understands how bruises are formed. He
Yeah.
understands how, certain cuts can be made and so on and so forth. And he comes up to Frida and goes, "You did mention the other day how me treating you would perhaps not be beneficial to our mission. Well, with your permission, I can, like I had mentioned, do quite something convincingly in the opposite direction without causing permanent or even much of a damage to you. It's more of just a visual thing, but it will appear quite realistic."
certainly.
So that's what he will like to do, is use his medical knowledge to kind of just create more realistic, like bruises but things like that are not
with pressure, with like
not
pressure.
punching.
Yeah,
like
Or like
applying
cups.
things like that.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
using
which
pressure.
is good because
Yeah.
she'll have some older bruises
Yep.
for another 2 days, and then she'll have some fresh one. It looks like she's been battered around for about a week.
Yep.
Roll medicine.
Okay, let me do.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Oof. You're racking up some. That is yes, with a free invoke. You're racking up some free invokes for this one, which you might need. Let us call this. Let's call this one worked over.
Battered and bruised, worked over, staged makeup,
Mhm.
good ransom note. We're off to an okay.
We're killing it.
Mm-hmm. By the way, we're going to have your meeting tomorrow night, not tonight, with Nicoletta.
Okay.
So you have her.
I would, in a similar way to the way that we went about that incredible fate, Cold War. I would like to have Oscar attempt to give. Now we've the outside is ready, but he knows what Frida's going to go through on the inside.
Yeah,
this is the potential. If things go right, she's back with this asshole.
Yes.
And that is worse than any of the stuff that we're doing to prep her to look like this. So even potentially when they're alone and he's painting the Nazi on her chest, he would ask her to sing the song that they sang when they crossed over the border from Germany to France. And as he is doing that, he would, any part of her that isn't covered in staged makeup or battered and bruised or, have this additional fresh, he would just kiss as she would sing. And he would just whisper, "This is not a return. This is a remembrance of a dreams that will surely fade."
And you can feel Hannah's hand on your shoulder, just comfortingly. This is an empathy roll. You'll get a +1 from Hannah.
I don't know how this will work. This is Greg, the player, who is still learning Fate. Can Lindy do a perform that I assist as the advantage for the stealing, the with the song that is being sung from the transfer from, that's that touchstone. That's the song, the notes, the things that they shared 10 years ago. This is the moment that can maybe bring her back if Otto
Yes.
begins.
But then Frida will need to roll the performance, and she'll get a +1 from you.
Okay. Yeah, I'd prefer, because technically he already did something. So.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes. Absolutely.
The +1. So.
As you sing.
Oh, 2. That's.
It's just.
Do you want to re-roll that?
Did that roll right?
No, I don't think it did. I don't think you put a plus. Just put the 1.
Yeah, just put the 1. Yeah, just put the 1.
Okay.
Don't add the plus, because
technically
roll 20 hates that.
That was actually a really good roll.
I was gonna say we can just do the math.
So what was it? It was
it should have been a 6.
2 plus or 4 makes it a 6. With the +1 makes it a 7.
4. That should be a +1 out of that roll, right? So that's a 4
plus
5 6. It's a 6.
6.
It's a 6. Which, that, my friend, is an advantage with 2 free invokes. And that is, and I'm going to ask a question. Frida, we're going to call this
Song of Purple Summer.
Song of Purple Summer. And as you sing this song, Regina, maybe you forgot, maybe you didn't, but you remember it was her who was singing all those years ago at that cabaret when you helped Oscar. It was her. Well before she was famous. Because it's the same. You remembered that moment. The woman who covered for you. The woman who your ex asked about when you saw her again, like, who was that woman at the bar? It was her. Who apparently had your back all those years ago when you had Oscar's back all those years ago. Nine years ago. About. Yep. And so all of you are here as Frida sings. What do you do?
I think there's a couple of tears that come out during her song, but her voice doesn't quiver at all. It's just kind of like a release or a letting it out before the next big act.
And Oscar would know what it's like in the theater, when someone is performing like this, you don't get in the way of emotion. You don't wipe tears away. You don't do anything that takes from the song, from the moment. And he does nothing to add to it, because this is her moment. This is a spotlight and a touchstone that she will need when she is alone. But he simply holds her hand, her arm, and allows that pressure of presence to hopefully weave with the notes. So when she sings and he's not there, she can feel his hand.
Someone is just stunned. He is absolutely just, because I don't think this is his first time hearing her sing ever. Like, he had no idea about her fame. He was very out of any form of performing arts for so long, so he had no idea, and he is absolutely like mesmerized. He is blown away into just utter silence and just stares. Like, he doesn't even, like, it's in such a way that the entire room just vanishes, and the only thing he sees is Frida.
And Frida has got Nazi scrawled across her chest in blood. She's got bruises, old and new. She's crying. She has taken down her hair and she looks a bit of a mess. She is underfed, as she's gaunt. There's a heaviness about her, but her voice is the purest soprano, and it echoes around the limestone walls of this infirmary, makeshift infirmary. And you hear light sobbing as in the corner Hannah's father cries in this moment. Sort of moved by her song. And Hannah moves close to Regina so that they are side by side, just 2 inches separating them from each other. Just that close. As her voice echoes throughout this space. What do you do?
Yeah, we got a kidnapping the stage.
Yeah, I think Regina looks at everybody and she looks right at Frida. And she says, when all this is done, he will get what is coming to him. This is just makeup, right?
It was a performance. A grand performance with a magnificent finale, I've been told.
Wonderful. Regina looks right at Oscar. Oscar should have noted by now this is really fresh blood. It's human blood, not pig or cattle. You don't know where she got it, but she did, and it's quite a lot of it. Regina simply says, I have some business to attend to prep for tomorrow. I'll be back before sundown.
I can take her to the warehouse. I have already mapped out a way. So take her on the bike.
When you get a chance, Oscar. A moment upstairs, please.
Yeah. And he would stand, and he is going to just look in. He and Frida have had a journey. And this is a severe turn in that journey, one that needs to be managed. And whatever strength he has left from the position that he escaped from and the place that he is now, he wants to convey that in the gaze. And if she will allow it, he wants to kiss her, even though they have not done this in front of anybody, to my knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
No, because everyone else was in the back of the truck when we drove over
right.
from.
Yep.
So yeah, she would accept the kiss for sure, and she'd feel maybe a little bit more frail, just a bit more frail, maybe more vulnerable is a better word than she typically has previously.
And Oscar's kiss would have a lot less theatrics and a lot more meaning. And then he would go upstairs.
And I don't think Regina can stay to watch that. And she brushes.
When Oscar kisses Frida, Hannah would just put 2 fingers in Regina's hand.
Regina turns to leave and she simply says, "Don't go anywhere till I return, okay?"
She nods. But it was just that kind of very slight trying to be supportive or reassuring sort of 2 fingers.
And then Regina.
Yeah.
I think tonight Preetham's heart broke a second time. He was just like, no, not in the bad way. He's just like,
Yep.
At least it wasn't the Viper.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Not yet.
the first time
Or a
was
dagger.
like both times, like he was like, oh, this lovely lady, and then oh, kind of a situation, like that boyish,
Yep.
show, like
Mhm.
crush kind of a thing. Because he definitely had like, as soon as Frida started singing, like he already very much respected her and her strength and how she like handled that situation with him at the brothel and everything. But tonight, like hearing her sing, he just was like, I think he just was like starstruck a little, and then having that happen in front of him immediately, it was just like, oh, okay, oh, kind of a situation.
I love this so much. Sorry, I'm just gonna be here loving it. And Regina goes first upstairs, and then Oscar follows. What is happening upstairs with you two?
I think Regina will take Oscar outside to the flower cart that's parked out front.
Oscar will light a cigarette. He seldom smokes, but he figures
Oh,
anytime he's taken away by Regina, something really bad's
really
about to
bad.
happen.
Yeah. Regina lights up with you, even though she's not really supposed to smoke in public. I guess we're in an alleyway, so she'll get away with it.
You're by the bunker, you're in the warehouse district, right? So
I pull back some of the paper around one of the flowers and show like a foot or a hand or something. And I put it back and I was like, there was a problem with Colette. She's not a problem anymore.
You know, if I hadn't just come from seeing Nicoletta, that would have been my first guess, but this is second.
Nicoletta will have her turn.
I will get the flowers ready.
I was actually wondering, based on your past, I imagine you know where Gestapo dumps bodies.
I do, yeah. They would, when they would fail to I would assume I know this.
Yeah, they're
right?
pretty open. They don't hide things. Like they're just like they just dump bodies because they, especially now that this is and like you don't know Gestapo here as well, but now that they're allowed to just take anyone they want without telling anybody, they are. Before they had to do things sort of legally, but now they begin given legal permission to take anyone, torture anyone, and then dump their bodies.
You're right. I would assume though he
Yeah.
probably know. They probably have it like this is the easiest spot.
Yeah.
This is the corner of so and so that they throw it into a.
They probably have like a
lot or something.
Like a lot. Like they probably have like some open graves where they they just.
It would be very easy for a woman who's been digging around SS headquarters, leading military intelligence, to just.
If you want to put some with the other victims from the torture, yeah, there's a. So we can do a drive-by. Throw our old bones out. I'm joking.
Regina tries to laugh and she says, there's another problem.
This day.
Well, it's not over. I'm not sure, I'm not entirely not sure that Colette wasn't covering for my file. I'm sure you've seen it. You came to the city hunting me.
You have not seen it.
I have not seen your file.
Let me fill you in on a little bit of information. Regina Kraus left Germany a wanted woman. I was burned openly for feeding military intelligence information to London through Tango.
And who knows this?
Anyone that can see that file. I imagine Colette was doing her best to cover it up since she thought, well, Regina's working for me.
Well, then she wouldn't have had a chance to uncover it.
For now. But I imagine it's only going to take a bit of poking and prodding in the wrong place. And they may come knocking at our door.
One small thought. Your file is not in France. It would be back in Berlin, because that's where your handler was and that's where you were working.
Where in Berlin?
Well, your handler would have had it.
Who?
The man who recruited
I'm
you.
guessing I know. I know. Oh, that asshole. Okay. All
Guy,
right, cool.
The guy that recruited you 9 years ago.
Yeah, the night of the events. Yeah,
Yep.
Regina remembers.
The fellow who'd been your handler the entire time you were working in military intelligence, he would have your file. Now, if she's been covering for you, that means she must have had contact with him in some way.
I guess what I'm saying is the jig may be up Oscar for old Regina Kraus.
This is just a dance. You just have to stay a beat ahead.
Well, it's best if you know the music first. So you know, I'm a bit of a burned agent.
The one other thing I would note is that you have only known Colette for a short time, like what, some months? But you have been burned longer than that.
I've been burned for many, many, many years.
For like what, 2 years or so, 2-3 years, something like that.
3 years now, I
Yep.
think.
Mm-hmm.
I have to do the math, but that seems about right.
So that may be interesting to think about the timing of that. That you have been burned, you left, but there's like that. That's interesting, right? That you have been burned for a while, which means military intelligence certainly knew about you giving info to the British through Tango.
There are many factors in your favor. In this moment of madness, there are self-interests involved. You must find someone that wants you so badly that they would be willing to risk their own neck, especially with the notoriety that you now have in Paris.
Yes, I have someone in mind.
It is something to think about, not on this day. This day is scotched already.
Yes, it will be one to remember.
Oscar, who, again, is coming off of his own down as being Holgar, would look over at his air quote wife. Are you all right?
Do you want me to lie to you?
I prefer it if you didn't. And I'm not asking you as a soldier to an officer.
Then no. But that doesn't really matter, does it?
Yes, it does. And it is okay. It is all right for you to feel this way.
Maybe.
No, there's no maybe. The problem is if you did not feel this, if you felt nothing, then
It would be easier
Regina,
if I didn't.
no. Then we would be like we were before. Then we would have a problem.
We should prep things for this.
They're
There's a lot to
prepping.
do before the evening is out and curfew starts.
When was the last time that you had rest? Don't lie about this either. I live with you.
I get a few hours here and there, depending.
When was the last time you had those here or there?
It's been a few days,
That's a problem.
maybe. But it is no time to rest. We should make sure Frida is safe.
I can take care of this. This is
I
why I'm
appreciate
here.
Yes. Yes. I appreciate that, but I won't be hands off in this matter.
I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking you to find your favorite barrel.
It doesn't really matter, Oscar. It's empty anyways.
Is it?
It will be. And I put a hand on his shoulder.
But it
I'll see
isn't
you when I
tonight.
get back.
Yeah.
And
would go
Regina will
down.
leave to go dump the body.
And Oscar would leave to get the bike ready. I assume my fate point would enable me to figure out a nice little covert way of getting her
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Wonderful.
That's
I haven't had a
fate
chance to
point is
ride my
for.
bike. Ride my bike.
And it's cold. The air, when the air is so cold that it kind of smells like burning in your nostrils?
No, I live in Florida.
Well, Lindy, when it's really cold, I'm going to tell you, it smells like
Okay.
burning in your nostrils. And I think that's
Oh.
actually just
Okay.
the skin inside your
We get
nostrils
that
dying.
all summer. That's just from my skin
That's
literally
actually
dying from the sun.
your nostrils
That's-
freezing up is what that actually is.
Yeah. And it's that real sort of crispness as
Mm.
you take Frida through a number of back alleys across town to this warehouse that was once owned by a Jewish family that has been emptied out. Everything that was inside of it was furniture taken, shipped off east. Because the outside of the warehouse has gotten written on it, scrawled in graffiti in yellow, Jew. And the windows have been broken. Those youth, the French national youth, have clearly been here at some point in time. And you can sort of make your way inside this warehouse that people avoid because it makes them uncomfortable, what's written on it. And you can tie her up and stage her if you like.
She definitely asks for a cigarette if he has one on her before that.
He
And
intends
she
to stay
seems
with her
to-
the whole night. Yeah.
She perked up a bit too after the bike ride because that was probably a little exhilarating for her. It's
Mhm.
been a long time since
Mhm.
she's done anything like that. And yeah.
And
A little bit of
Oscar
a better
would
mood.
lean into this shit.
Yeah.
He would absolutely, this is the bike ride. It's a bike ride. It's
Yeah.
fun. You do this stuff on two wheels.
Maybe a little too fast. Just a little too fast. and it's dark in this warehouse. It's cold. It's very cold. There is no heat in here, and it's large and spacious. And you stay with her?
He's going to, yeah. And he would tell, I mean, over the course of this time that, you know, he would have prepared like some of those great coats that they have, that the, you know, whether they be military issue or not, he would have some there, knowing that she's basically going to be not wearing much of anything when all this occurs. But he would tell her that when their car gets to this area, he is going to blow the horn and tell them it's just to scare the birds away from the area.
Yeah.
And when you hear that, count to 200 and then come out.
Blow the horn twice in a row to make sure it's not anyone else.
Yeah. I could give it 3.
Oh, yes, 3. In rhythm.
Always.
Pritam, Hannah is giving you instructions while this is happening. She's going through her files. The various people who come to her. She tells you about how at this point, any person who comes to your clinic has to be registered. You must report them to the government so that they know, which means you're going to have to find ways to make sure that people who should not be reported are not reported. And she goes through with you all of the ways that she has, up until this point in time, hidden what she does, and mostly because it was illegal before, but now because you'll need to know. And she goes over these files here. She does her best to... She gives you books. She gives you, like, she's giving you everything that she has so that you can take care of all the people. And she says, listen, the Grand Mosque, the head there, he is hiding Jews in...
right here in the city.
Yes, in the basement. North African Jews. Tango gave them false identification, saying that they are a Muslim, because right now Muslims are very much in fashion. The Reich wants them on their side, does not want to upset them. The chief of police seems to also perhaps be an ally. Our head rabbi is currently arrested, but I'm sure they will let him out at some point. And she sort of tries to think about all the people she can think of that maybe you should know about. And she says, this synagogue was bombed, but they keep doing things there. And she's just trying to think about, and as she sort of describes the city, she's like, and this it's one of my favorite places to sit. There's this cafe that's not so far from where your apartment is. Near my clinic, and she starts off like with business, and then as she sort of goes on, she describes the places that she would walk, where she would eat, where she grew up. This is all the parts of my city that you should know about.
And then the entire time, Preetham doesn't even talk. He just looks at her and lets her talk about her life, about her childhood, about the city, and kind of just lets her have this moment. And then when she finally finishes, he says to her, I look forward to the day where I can see this with my own eyes with you next to me.
And she takes a
wonderful
napkin. Tabs. Just take care of them. And I must say, thank you for making it so that when we leave, there's a country we can go to. and that maybe even I can continue practicing soon. Thank you.
We do what we must in the toughest of times. And it is because of people like you who are so strong, compassionate, and caring, and human, that shows the best of us and lets us want to continue this fight. And I hope you know that we are here for you, rooting for you, and rooting for our success, and rooting for your. And he said, instead of saying your, he paused and goes, our city.
Listen to me very carefully. I don't know how much time I'll have to talk this way, but there is something you must know about Regina. She does not believe this, but she is worthy of love and of being saved. And she, inside of her heart, cares so much, but she doesn't believe she deserves care in return, and that makes her sometimes treat herself not well. And I want you to know this, that she's done many things that she hates herself for. And she may shock you, perhaps with what has happened to her or what she must do. But she is a beautiful soul, and I need you to know that about her and always remember that. She won't tell you, but I will.
Trooper, can I don't know if this is still the case, but if, Nicoletta still has any hold on Pritham, is there any chance that this speech breaks that hold?
Well, let me.
Just out of,
I like the way you think.
I think because out of everything, he highly respects Dr. Hannah, and he sees the compassion and love and care and professionalism and every bit of humanity that she shows for everything, and highly, highly respects her, and already respects Regina and everything. Yeah. But being a small little schoolish boy with a schoolish trust and easily swayable, he obviously has some sort of hope. But I would like this speech to see if that can break.
Would you like to spend a fate point?
I would.
It is done. Yes. I'm going to get rid of that advantage she has on you. It is gone. And she says that as you spend that fate point.
As they said, she is the type of doctor he hopes to become. So.
And she smiles at you and she says, "You are young, but you have good hands. And I would not leave this city with anyone else, or Regina with anyone else."
I think with those words, Pritham kind of just, drops his head, and after a few seconds, you hear a few sniffles. Oh. And I think it's that this may have been the first time since he's been here where he's gotten that sense of approval. I mean, in the sense of like direct approval. I think everybody kind of already feels that or gives him that, but this is the first time he's actually heard that since coming here, because he's so fresh.
Yeah.
And this is like that word of like that soothing balm, that word of encouragement, I think, that he's going to hold on to.
And she puts her arm around your shoulder and squeezes. And she goes, "Well, fine." And with this little twinkle in her eye, she goes and she gets into her doctor's bag and she pulls out her stethoscope. And she says, "This is a ritual. This was handed down to me And I hand this down to you. And she hands you her stethoscope, and she puts it around your neck. Do no harm. Heal
He
others.
starts bawling.
Oh, and she just pulls you into this big hug, and she also starts crying in this moment.
He's just going to just soak it in.
Where does Regina dump the body?
On one of the corners. So Regina, the first thing she's gonna do, guess what we got? We have SS uniforms.
Mm-hmm.
We do. So I'm just gonna slip the smallest one we got on.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least bring it
Mm-hmm.
with me. I'll put it on an alleyway. Like I
Mm-hmm.
want to look like I'm dumping it as an SS soldier. I do
Mhm.
not need to look like a
Mm-hmm.
chick riding a bike that's like,
Mhm.
there's some parts in a dumpster.
Mhm.
So yeah, I'm gonna go to whatever corner nearby. I'll like do the thing, park the bike. So basically, Regina wants to stealth this through and make it look like it's not what it is.
I'm gonna need from you deceit.
Okay. Let's see if I've got anything.
Or tradecraft, either one.
Okay, yeah, we'll do deceive. Don't fail me now, dice. This is 3.
That's a success, so it's a tie. Would you like to succeed at a minor cost? Or there's an alternate. Because what you're doing is creating an advantage, really.
Yeah.
If you're trading a new advantage, you would need to succeed at a cost. If you would like to boost an existing advantage, that would count as a success.
Which would be like maybe disgrace leadership.
Could be, yeah.
Because if we boost disgrace leadership, like the whole point is to continue to make the SS look super guilty of taking action against military intelligence. So that maybe that.
And so
or if we want to get really saucy, we could make it look like maybe okay. No. We'll just go with we'll get Elias later.
I was thinking that you and I are same brain.
Yeah. We'll get Elias will get what's coming to him. Just let's make sure this is clean. Let's make sure this is.
I thought the same thing, but he's got a methodology. He doesn't.
He doesn't hack up bodies. You know what I mean?
Right,
yeah.
Right.
That's a unit trait. So
rather than creating a new advantage, you boost the currently existing one, which is
perfect.
Disgraced leadership.
Yeah, that I'm down for. It needs to just be subtle, no big thing. I'm hoping maybe just as sun is going down, and get in before curfew. But Regina needs to make sure all the body parts, including her head, are very evident. That way, if anybody comes looking for her, they will find her in an SS mass dumping spot, basically.
Where do you go to sleep, Regina?
I mean, Regina's gonna go. Oh God. She's on the cart, so she has to take it back to the flower shop.
She does?
I imagine she drops it back at the flower shop now that it's empty. And sans body parts.
Above the flower shop.
Yeah, and there's a moment where I imagine Regina looks one way, knowing that that's the direction of going back to Nazi hotel.
Your hotel.
Right.
Yeah.
The other way is the bunker. And even in her shame, I think she goes back to the bunker.
There, Hannah's dad. The prince is there, unless the prince goes home to his apartment for the show tomorrow. And Hannah is there. Does the prince go home?
That's a good question. I think he does. I think for tonight, he's had his fill. And yeah, I think he needs rest.
With the stethoscope, there is I suppose one of the questions is how do we want to have the ransom note dropped off? You have a runner.
We have ladies for
Yeah.
the working ladies could do it for us. They'd be the perfect way to drop that off.
And when you arrive back at your apartment, sort of late, right before curfew, there is something right in front of your door.
Okay.
It's a head. It is not a head.
Oh,
It is not. It is not.
what?
No.
Surprise! Guess where Regina dumped the body. SS is like, fuck this guy.
Hazing ritual.
No. That wasn't it.
Yeah, hazing ritual.
It's like, oh, she really crazy.
No. There is a small gold statue. It's a good luck elephant that is a candle holder. You know, the little sort of good luck
Sure.
for like a housewarming gift.
Mm-hmm.
That is just in front of your door, with a little note that says, "From Lakshmi." As a sort of a good luck housewarming gift, greets you when you make your way home right before curfew.
He picks it up, kind of just looks around, and then looks at the statue and kind of just smiles for a second. Because, you know, being in a foreign land,
Yeah.
full of just complete foreign things, this is the 1st hint of home. And he kind of just, as he walks in, keeps staring at it and shuts the door behind him.
And Oscar and Frida are in this warehouse together all night, and Regina makes her way to the bunker.
I mean, she comes in and cleans up, right? Probably at least a little blood on her hands.
Yeah.
She'll take off, you know, whatever she was wearing and put it back because this is the outfit she wears as the shop girl, not as Regina Kraus.
Yeah.
And she'll suit back up in what she considers her uniform. Like zip the dress up, all that jazz. Get ready for the next day.
It's probably a little later when Hannah makes her way up to the sleeping area, which has been her own for some time, for a while now, and she seems surprised to see you.
I imagine Regina's sitting there. We have nothing to drink, do we? What do we have to drink?
There are a couple barrels of wine from
Oh,
her.
God. I bet Regina's been drinking. I bet she didn't even think Hannah was here. Like, she didn't even think about it, right?
Yeah.
Like, Regina went through the day and she just sat down and was just like, she's been putting back wine by herself because she doesn't do that in front of others.
Oh, you're staying here tonight? I thought you'd be at the hotel.
I did not think anyone else was going to be here.
I have nowhere else to go.
Right.
Dr. Singh is good.
Yes, he is.
I like him.
He is swell.
He is. So, you're sleeping here tonight?
It is past curfew. Rather stupid of me to try to walk back alone.
Fair. Do you need... Well, you're drinking, so I suppose that will be what will help you sleep.
I am fine. Would you like some wine? There's plenty of it.
There is. I will have a glass. And she sort of looks around and she picks up one of the sort of glasses that were packed up from this couple that had lived here before. Doesn't match with the one that you have, and she sort of puts some wine in her glass. Do you think you'll listen to him, won't you? To Dr. Singh when he gives you advice? Medical
I don't
advice?
usually listen to advice.
I know. But would you?
I will take it into consideration.
Always under consideration. It would mean a lot to me if you would let someone look out for you.
I let him do the checkup, didn't I?
You did? But I imagine he will at some point in time say that you need to sleep.
My body, it sleeps when it's ready to sleep.
Well, sleep is good for you.
Seems like a waste of time to me.
Oh, that's not what medicine says.
Yes. What does Rowena Krause know about medicine?
No.
And I finish off my wine and I fill the cup back up.
I feel like that's probably enough drinking for tonight. You have a mission tomorrow. I know you care about that sort of a thing. You don't want to be hungover.
Fine. When has Regina Krause ever been hungover?
Well, I don't know. Come on. Wine gives you a terrible headache. Gives anyone a terrible headache. Tannins. Dehydration.
Are you going to sit here and mother me through the evening?
I will not mother you, no. That was a lot of blood.
It was enough to be believable.
You know, I remember you, after what happened with your father.
We had a deal not to talk about that.
I know. I won't say any details. I just want to say that I remember you.
And?
You're still there.
She didn't have to die. She just asked too many questions.
I know. You do many things.
Yes, well, it is a choice. When I made it willingly.
Was it willing?
I think so.
It didn't seem to me as if you had many choices.
Yes, well, we always have a choice.
Sometimes a choice isn't a choice. Sometimes you do the only thing that can be done, but that's not the same thing as a choice.
If I have to wake up every day thinking that I don't make the choices that I make, I would have lost myself a long time ago.
Sometimes you take guilt for things that were not freely chosen, and you let it burrow under your skin like a mark of
Makes me
shame.
good at what I do.
I think there's more than one way to be good at what you do.
Maybe. It's like your heart is big and soft and empathetic. It makes you good at what you do.
Maybe.
I made this choice. To be here to do this thing. It doesn't matter who comes and goes from the cell. Every choice I've ever made has led me here. I could have stayed and gotten married in Germany. I didn't. I could have not accepted the recruiter's offer that day. Streets of Berlin. But I did. So here we are.
There was a woman, Regina.
I'm sorry.
A woman. There was a woman.
There always is.
She was in her late 70s. This was not long ago. And she was Jewish. And she could not leave the city. And she knew they were coming for her. So she came to me. And she said that she did not want to go to Drancy. And she did not want whatever they're going to do to her to be done to her. She wanted
To choose.
to choose.
I respect that.
But she could not do it on her own.
Your big heart wins again.
I'm just saying there's more than one way to do the job that you do.
Yes, this is true.
You have people to live for.
Yes, I guess I do.
You have Ophelia and you have Luke and Oscar and you have so much to live for, and I want, when you survive this war, which you will, I want that little piece of your heart that I know so well to remain there. It's bricked up, I know, but it's there. And I don't want you to lose it. I want you to keep it safe. You can't let this war kill you. And I don't mean your physical body. That's too easy for Regina Krause.
I will do what has to be done.
One of the things that has to be done is that you have to keep your soul.
That is actually not true. If the war is won and my soul is lost, it was worth it.
No. Regina, it's not.
Then we shall agree to disagree. Because I didn't sign up for this war for my soul.
Your soul means something to Doris, and you shouldn't give it away.
Yes, well. Doris is a long way away.
But she is your fiancée, after all.
Yes, she is.
So, I feel like you owe it to that young lady to keep your soul. You can put it in a box if you like, but you have to keep it.
I can't promise that.
You are very stubborn, and when you put your mind to something, I know you can do it.
I will consider it.
Please do. For Doris.
Not for you.
I try to use the tactic I think will work best. I think you might do it for her. I hope you would.
You know that I am a spy or master tactician, right?
Of course. You're one of the
You're
smartest
losing.
women I know.
You're losing. At least your tactics aren't working. Do you think that I get up every day and do what I do for Doris?
I think so. For Doris, for your country, the soul of your country, for what's right, for what you believe in.
You know, the best part of my day is every day. You. Always. And you're leaving.
You asked me to go.
I did. So, whatever is left of Regina Krause's soul is being boxed up and shipped to India with you. If you want me to have it, you have to return it.
I will. But I cannot return it if you don't survive. So, you will have to survive if I'm to return your soul.
Fine.
All right, then.
Deal.
I was wondering if I might be so bold. Regina Krause, though I liked Berger better.
Yes, well, Regina Berger is a dead woman.
Would you honor me with a dance?
I'm not a very good dancer.
Oh, you're good enough. Quite surprisingly good.
Okay. Seems to be the way things are going. If you will do me a favor.
Of course.
Would you like to share my barrel tonight?
It's been a while.
It has.
I would like that very much.
Then may I have this dance?
You may have this dance. Now, I'm not as good a dancer as Oscar, nor is my ass as good as his. But...
Last time I heard, Hannah.
Oh no.
Was a trained dancer, and I spin around.
Oh.
I heard that her parents wanted her to be famous.
Well, well, well. Someone has been talking out of turn.
And Regina will turn the music on and dance with Hannah. And probably sleep the best she slept in a week and a half with Hannah.
And the next day, you all have quite a lot to do to stage this kidnapping. I'm going to ask you for a roll. This is an attack to undermine the SS from your faction. This, my friends, is...
Did our faction level up?
It did. This is a faction action.
Oh, we can't go up one because... All right, Missy Chris. I'm over here playing a game, yeah.
And we're going to have a little bit of a montage.
Ooh.
Oh, man. I'm nervous.
That will lead you to this role. What are you leveling up, by the way? Skill-wise?
I don't think we can only take something new. Can we flip something?
Yeah, that is one of the things you can do.
we could flip Undermine, knowing going into this that we're going to be doing this big operation.
Mhm.
We got to pump Undermine to the highest we can. Yeah.
Exactly. So we could just bump Undermine up and take Deflection down. Okay.
And then what will be your new skill?
And then what do we want to take as our new skill? I feel like we need to do intelligence. We've been doing a lot of intelligence work.
Mhm.
And so, I would like you to roll Undermine.
I'm not hitting button.
I absolutely am not. I've been
KP,
rolling, like,
you always
absolute
roll like
dog
a
shit,
gem. Your
so-
turn. I'm so nervous about it.
Okay, which one do I?
So you're gonna pull up
Undermine.
Bricktop's Brigade
Mm-hmm.
as our character sheet, and then you're gonna roll the Undermine, which is a good. It is a good. So we're
Mhm.
not like, and we got a ton of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we
We
can
made
do
a lot
this.
of advantages.
We have made a lot of advantages. We got this.
Start with great. That's a good
Okay.
start.
You rolled a great on your Undermine.
It's pretty great. It's pretty great.
It's a great start.
It's a great start.
Let's begin. Let's begin this montage. I imagine Oscar leaves early in the morning.
Oh yeah.
Let's start with the ransom note. Who brings it to the propaganda office?
I think the working woman was a really good suggestion for that.
Unless you
Yeah.
think you could get it in there, Oscar.
No. I don't want any part of that. But I think if the working women came in and they say they found it,
Yes.
Cleaning somewhere or something.
Uh-huh.
and they'll say
Oh.
they just immediately call somebody and like they probably clean right before
Mhm.
everybody gets there. They
Mhm.
probably clean
Mhm.
really early in the
Mhm.
morning because they don't want anybody there at night because it's
Mhm.
inside the building.
Yes.
Yep.
So as soon as they get there at like 5 in the morning, their call is, we found something on the, like, nailed to the door
Mm-hmm.
of, just don't know how they got up in here. No idea. And Oscar's going to be there at 5:03 as Holgar.
This will give you, because the working women have Undermine as a skill, you'll be getting a +1 from them to this roll.
Ooh.
You are now to 5. Holgar arrives. This woman, who's a cleaning woman, goes, "Oh, sir, we found this note."
And I'm assuming everybody lives in the building, right?
Yes, they all do. They
So
all
then-
do.
Mhm.
Holgar, who's notoriously always there early because he's a complete asshole.
Yes,
and
he
we've
is.
already established that.
Yes, you
Um,
have.
He would turn to the women and he would scream, alarm, alarm, as everything is big. And he would just say, go to get his boss, go to get everybody in the
There's a couple
propaganda
sprinkles
department.
of that fresh blood on that ransom note because it's a superb ransom note.
And
on the
he would,
typewriter.
as soon as like the first soldier gets there, he would look at that and he goes, I know it. He would grab this, just manhandle the soldier, pull him up into his face, and he goes, do you know where the prince is? He has the address. And he would bring him here now.
And this young man, who is just one of the soldiers who's like flooding this building, generally speaking.
And so he doesn't think like, go
Yeah.
get him and rough him up and bring him. He goes, he is very important. Protect him and bring him in here.
And jawohl! And well, of course he gives you a Hitler salute. And he rushes out, speeding across town as he bangs on the prince's door. The prince is awoken with a start at like 5:30 in the morning.
He opens the door. What is?
You'll
What
come
is this?
you'll come with me to the propaganda department. Something's wrong. Get dressed.
Let me grab my coat.
And you notice there are like 2 or 3 other soldiers. They're all with guns, all looking a little bit freaked out. Something's up.
Just to be clear, Preetham knows this plan, right? Okay.
Yeah, you would know.
Oh, yes. Oh,
You're
yes.
thinking it's like, shit's going
And
really south.
he runs out, grabs his coat, and just as he's running, like he has a scarf. It's the middle of winter, so he has as he's running out, he's putting on his coat. In his pocket, he has this like scarf and gloves, so he's putting all of those on as well. Did they come in a car?
Yes, they did.
Okay, good.
They have a car. Most other people who are not Germans don't really have cars unless you're rich, but they have a car. And they bundle you in with guns out as if they're expecting someone to attack you. they bundle you in this car and they drive you back to...
The entire time,
Yeah.
Freedom's like asking questions, going, "What is happening? Why am I in this car? Why are you pretending we're about to be bombed?"
Your Highness, I don't know, but you've been called for.
Meanwhile, back at the propaganda department, Holgar is going through his entire spiel. This is our moment. This is it. This is what we need to rally the entire city. And he's going, that's his big pitch, his big sell. But at the same time, he has ordered someone to go get him a gun.
Mm-hmm.
And he's making
immediately.
He's making a big deal about putting on like a sidearm. And, you know, he's gets me a jacket, and he is, you know, puts on a huge winter jacket as he's standing there. So by the time his boss comes in, he is like all decked out and ready to rock and roll. How would he get Regina in there? Because they need to leave together. Would you just show up, Dot, or would it be something
I mean, she wouldn't show up to the office. You'd have to send for your wife, probably.
Yeah. Then that's exactly what he would do.
You'd have to send for your wife. So Regina would have gotten up at the ass crack of dawn and made it all the way back before.
You would have gotten a kiss before you left. And a little bit of bread.
I imagine Regina will take off her family pin and pin it on Hannah.
And she will just squeeze your hands and she says, "Do your job."
I always do. And you said you'd return it, so...
I would.
I must go. And Regina, like, bustles out.
Across...
She comes back for 1 second kiss, and then she bustles out.
Across the city. When the call is made for the wife, you are in this lavish hotel room when somebody knocks. "Madame, your husband has called for you in the office."
Is something wrong?
"I think so." And it's a maid.
Regina looks up, pearl grasp, grabs her bag, right, like does the whole thing. She checks, and looks at the maid and she goes, "Do I look okay?"
And just like fix your hair a little bit.
Oh, Blanca. And then she like bustles out, pushes her past her, and she says, "Lock the door."
And the maid locks the door for you as you make your way into this propaganda office as a couple of people start moving in, and it is not too long before the prince is bustled up into this office, and of course people bow a little bit when you sort of come in, and no one really knows what's happening.
Holgar does not, even if his boss shows up, he continues to command the space. Mm-hmm. He is ordering people around, and he keeps calling for Regina.
I come through. I go, Holgar, and I'm like pushing people to the side. "What is wrong, my dear?" And I like grab his face.
Yeah, he splits through everybody, allows that in public, and he looks her dead in the eye, and he goes, "This woman, Frida, you have seen her. You have seen her performances before. You know what she looks like, yeah."
Frida? What did you mean?
Frida, the Nightingale.
Yeah.
What about the Nightingale?
Frida Engel.
He shows her the letter, and then he turns and addresses the entire space, but his focus is on the prince. "Someone has taken the Nightingale. They are ransoming her here in the city, and we cannot stand for it. But this is our moment. This is why this floor, this is why this company is here. This is the news that we must report, that these people are taking us off the streets. And we will tell them, we will show them by our words and by our deeds." And he pats the gun on his side. He goes, "I will go out myself into the streets. We all will. But you," and he looks at the prince, "this is the first time you have been here, my friend. But it is your voice that will guide the whole city. You begin to get on the radio, and you tell them what they have done. You read this note. Let them sink in and feel the venom's words. And then we will ride out like the knights of old."
Regina, like, feigns, and she goes, "Oh, the dirty communist."
"Communists?" somebody says in the background.
And as soon as that, "Who else could it be?" he turns around and he goes, "This is the story. And we must have a happy ending, as they say."
Your boss walks up to you very seriously and he goes, May I see that note?
And he hands it to him very solemnly, like he's giving him a page from an illuminated Bible of some, just hands it. Look at this. They have come for us now.
He reads this note slowly and with great import. The words burned in his eyes, and he hands this note back to you. He says, I have work to do as well. And he goes into his office, and you see him on the phone, making phone calls.
And he gives the prince knows what he needs to do, and he snaps just for anybody that's in the radio department, when the engineers.
Yeah.
And he's like, get him on the air now. I don't care what is on there or who is on there. He is on there in 5 minutes. And he turns to the rest of the group and he starts pointing, call my actors, everybody from the show, get them on the streets. And he looks at his wife. You know what she looks like. We leave now. And he pats the gun.
Fade behind my super leadership, wonderful husband.
And he's getting ready to go. And he realizes that, there are soldiers about. And he goes, we need Clemens and he points at Helen. Come with us. Grab your jacket.
She grabs her jacket, like wondering what this is all about. And as you're going down, you can see she one moment and she makes a phone call. She calls for Clemens because that is her job. She's the secretary before she leaves with you. And you two and her, you three, go down. And men from the radio department hustle with the prince. They're like, come with us. And they take you into a car and they go off a different direction towards the radio station. As you four, Clemens and Helen, and you two are in a car going another direction. And Clemens goes, where should we go?
And he's thinking about it, and he turns to his wife, and he plays it off like he doesn't want to ask her because he can't remember. He hasn't been here long enough. And that place that we went to, where the warehouses are, where for the movie, where is that place? I said it looked.
Oh yes, the place where we
odd.
and Regina, maybe they had private time or something,
Oscar generates a blot, his cheeks get red.
And Regina goes, oh yes, of course, down in, what did we decide, the 16th, the 11th?
Yep, the
what did we
16th.
decide?
16th.
In the 16th.
He turns to Clemens, to the 16th.
Jawohl. And he begins to drive
Quickly,
off.
Clemens, for Germany.
He turns to Helen and he says, make a note of every street we go down. Anything that you see, you are here to record.
And she starts writing with her steno book. And the prince is set up in front of a microphone underneath this huge tower. And I'm going to ask you, Frida, what does the note say that is read out loud for all of France to hear as they start working on getting relays so that this message can be sent and heard in Germany? What does the ransom note say?
It starts off with, we have the Berlin Nightingale. We are tired of waiting. You will answer our demands by midnight or Freda Engel will never sing again.
Oh.
And then it lists the demands. Gold, crates of food, rifles and ammunition. Leave these things in an unmarked truck. And insert field name here, outside of town, unwatched. If these demands are complied with, her location will be revealed.
Y'all.
And as that is read, my prince, what do you say to the people of the world?
So Prince solemnly walks up to the mic, closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and then starts out. My fellow countrymen, you have not heard my voice before, but I, like one of you, am a fellow empathizer and a fellow compatriot and member of the German spirit. And tonight, that spirit has been rattled. It has been besmirched and challenged. One of our very esteemed, the voice of a nation, the song of the people, has been taken from us in the most brutal and barbaric way possible. Someone has kidnapped our very own Nightingale. Here is their letter, our challenge. And then he reads the paper out loud. And then he says, I ask you, my countrymen, how do we answer this challenge against us? Do we whimper silently into the darkness? And I'm not good at speeches.
You're great.
It's amazing.
Do we scurry off in the darkness, into the darkness like some common dog? Or will our fires be lit and we challenge those who choose to besmirch our names?
A
and
man walks
the
up to you
voice
as
home.
you're speaking and hands you, and it's a man you saw at the party. The man you saw at the party with Colette. And he's in an army uniform. And he just hands you a piece of paper as you're speaking.
He continues to speak and kind of like glances at the paper.
And the
Read
paper
what it-
says, the protection of civilians is the job of the SS.
Okay.
And he
Is
says,
that something I'm supposed to say?
and he says, they have failed. As this army man just nods to you and walks out of your space. He's
Is he
just
expecting-
noting that the SS clearly has failed their job of keeping German civilians safe.
I will note we are, as a faction, trying to undermine the SS right
Okay.
now.
And so, and then he turns. He looks at it, crumples it up, puts it into his pocket, and turns to the mic, and finally says, "Where are the ones who are supposed to protect us? The ones who swore upon their honor to keep us safe during the nights? What were they doing when Frida Engel was taken? Was it not the SS who promised to protect our people?"
And they currently
Is it
have her
not their
husband, by the
sworn-
way, that you know
Yeah.
that.
They take away those who are innocent and put crimes upon them, whether they deserve it or not. And yet they sit on their laurels, on their haunches, as those who are the most beautiful, the most biggest and greatest embodiment of us all, and let them scamper away. Today, I ask our fellow countrymen to really question where their loyalties lie and ask ourselves, are the SS there to actually protect us? Or are they just decoration? With scampering about like peacocks, wings spread out, medals abound. All just decorations.
And the car is driving through the town, through the various elements, and Clements is driving quickly and with a little bit of panic as he's listening to the radio and he's heard what has happened. He's driving
And then he said-
street by street.
Holgar would put his hand on Clement's shoulder from the back seat and he would say, "Good, do you hear that? Reinforcements on the way. Steady now, boy."
He continues, "We have word that while Miss Frida Engel is kept captive by our enemies, on the other hand, we have a husband kept captive by the SS. How do they answer? Do they choose who they protect? Do they choose who they punish without any consideration for the people and their will? I leave you tonight, my fellow countrymen, with the one request to bring the innocent home by whatever measure is necessary, and for the safety of our Nightingale.
And the German military begins to mobilize across town. And as you drive street by street by street, near warehouse by warehouse by warehouse, you know this is the spot. Clement doesn't.
He would, as they're coming up within like 50 yards of it, he would say, no, slow, here, it's here. And then he would, before they even stopped, he would kind of, not forcefully, but like redirect Helen's gaze from wherever she's writing. And he was like, so both of you, as soon as we stop out of the car, I want you to look at every building. I am going to blow the horn. The building that does not have birds is the building where someone has been.
They nod.
He gets... Oscar knew that from back in the day.
Yeah.
Holgar really shouldn't, but
Yeah.
he goes ahead. So as soon as they
You know
would
what?
stop,
To help him out, she goes, "You're so wise." Oh God.
and he of course silently agrees. And as soon as they stop and everybody jumps out, I mean, you know, behind the doors, looking at all the roofs, look, and he honk, honk, honk.
And their birds flutter up. Their birds flutter up. Early in the morning, their birds flutter up as soldiers start swarming somewhere. Not here, but somewhere.
Then he would point to a building that he knows isn't where she is. And, you know, maybe he would just say that there were no birds from it, but he would, the one that he was supposed to be looking at, and he would say, there, and he would pull his gun out, and, you know, Keystone Cops.
Clements would pull up his rifle.
Right. And he would look, and he would look at Clements, and he would say, stay with the car. Stay with the car and watch. And then he would run, and he would toss the handheld that they had, that he's been taking camera shots with this the whole, to Regina, and Holgar, make sure you get to my good side, as he runs off.
Of course, darling.
And
right, Regina probably knows how to hold a camera at this point.
And 200 seconds later,
right as my counting. And she definitely would have consulted with the two doctors that they had to say, okay, what would you drug someone with if you kidnapped them for a week? What would those side effects be? And so she could act and emulate those.
You don't need to act if you want.
Yeah,
doctors got the
stuff. True. It's true, actually.
So do
if
we
you
hear
wanted to dose that out?
Yeah.
Yeah, Holgar could have given her just a little enough so she'd waken up around the time.
Like Preetham, I think would have prepared like a syringe of just the right amount.
Yeah, that's enough. Yeah.
Oh no, we can numb you.
Yeah.
We'll just like numb one side of you, so when you talk, you're slurred anyway.
So the moment we hear the screams, which are coming from a different warehouse that Holgar is running to, right?
Yep.
Regina immediately like cuts the camera over so that we see Clements like
Clements is looking a little like,
and she goes, "Where'd it go?" And she points to the warehouse like, and Regina.
He rushes off that way, wondering what happens, and he gets to the door and he looks back and he kicks the door open with his foot.
Yeah, I want to get the whole thing on camera. I look back over my shoulder to make sure that like Oscar's in on the know that like it's happening, like the plan is going through as planned.
And he rushes in, and
Holgar makes sure he's in frame too. He wants to be like in the foreground.
Frida, you see this young man, blonde, handsome, cleft chin, probably 19 or so. He's not like built like Oscar, but you know, he works out, and he rushes in and he sees you, and he drops his gun, and then he picks it back up again.
The dirt on her face and the blood splatters. And
yeah, I have to scream too, right?
Yeah.
Because this is a no!
And he looks around at first to like see if there's anybody there, and he's like, stay out, and he sort of rushes to you, and he pulls out a knife, and he cuts your bonds, and he swoops you up, and he
when he pulls out the knife tack, like, oh wait, I thought maybe you were a rescuer, and then when he swoops her up, she's like, oh,
And
oh,
he
you lost your hands.
just swoops you up in this like carry with his gun in one hand and you carrying you out. He starts pulling you out as if he's not certain if there's going to be some sort of ambush.
Yeah, I pull my jacket off so as she passes by, I like lay it over her, right? Because like, you know, like tried to help cover her, which I imagine is like bloodied and beaten and
She's probably in like a slip.
Yes.
yeah,
something.
and I like
Yeah.
turn
All her
around with the
jewelry
cam,
is gone.
catch Holgar.
As soon as you catch Holgar, before they come back out of the building, Holgar turns and spins in this perfectly silhouetted pose, and he fires 3 shots at the rooftop. And he goes, Zah! Zah, Zah! And he fires 3 shots into the air.
And Clemens is like, he's got a gun, but he's got a woman, and he doesn't.
Clutching.
Take it to the car.
And so he
Trembling.
quickly takes her to the car as there's this sort of chaos. And Helen sees this, and she sort of dives into the car and gets on the radio.
Oriented.
Right, and he waves for Regina to get into the car. Get into the car, and he gets on the sideboard like he's a gangster from the 20s.
And Clemens comes out and starts shooting as well. He comes back and he's not quite certain where he's supposed to be shooting, but he sort of goes the same direction.
Holgar would yell to him, "Get behind the wheel! Let's go, snap!"
And then he gets back in the car as Helen is on the small radio reporting back that the Nightingale has been found. And it is very soon when the word comes to Pritam that she has been found.
There's one last thing I want to do. When he gets on the sidewell, he wants to look down at Helen before she makes the call. And he goes, "You saw them, didn't you, Helen? How many was there? 3?
And she says, "That's not right. There were 5.
There were 5.
And she gets on the line. That's working women. I'm so sorry. That's not the right people. I need to get the right people.
That might help.
Yeah, the right people I need to get.
Although you can keep that
No,
roll.
no.
Yeah,
I'll get that
we'll
one.
take the damn.
Mhm. And word comes in, Pritam, that she has been found and she's being brought back. It's definitely the communists, and I'm going to ask you some questions. This is important. The answer to these questions will make or break what is going to happen at the end of this episode. Okay. You are currently beating them by 3. Would you like to spend any of your advantages and or fate points that you have built?
Yes.
Yeah. Spin them
100%.
advantages.
Can we dump
That's
all
so
the
many-
ones we gave to Lindy into this? Like all the ones
the
except for
superb ransom note, the worked over. I also have a free invoke on my
Song.
on my battered
your
and
song.
bruised
Yeah, keep
Right,
everything but the
stage
song of Purple
makeup.
Summer for yourself.
staged
yeah.
makeup.
So let's name the numbers. This is going to be very, very important right now.
So superb ransom note and stage makeup turn that 4 into an 8.
Mm-hmm. And
Deleted.
there's worked over.
Deleted. That's an 8. Worked over takes you to a 10.
10.
To a 10.
Mm-hmm.
I also have my personal battered and bruised. The consequence that I have a free invoke on.
Yes, that's 12.
We could use tag team on this one. They built that in
Oh, yeah, yeah,
preparation
yeah.
for this, so we could use tag team to make it a 12.
That's, will it be
And
14
leave
now?
you with this song.
14.
Oh, 14, okay.
Right, because she's using her free invoke. Mm-hmm.
And I would like to throw in my remaining invoke on Clements, who played his
Yes.
part perfectly.
Yes, he did. What a
That's
brave soul.
16 versus 2.
Do we want to spend any fate points and just
I think
fucking annihilate
does my
the
speech
SS?
have any assistance in this?
Please roll performance.
Okay. Oh god, I think that's like my worst.
Mm-hmm.
Can I assist on that?
You can give him a +1, yes.
Hold up, why did it close? Hold up.
Mm-hmm.
That's like all I can.
You're currently at 16. This is very important.
Okay, performance. Ooh, that is a mediocre, but we'll see.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
One.
yeah, that's just mediocre.
You're not going to get an
Gosh,
extra.
zeros across the board, damn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're currently at
We do
16.
also have fate points.
You do have fate
we wanna
points.
I do have
spend
fate
some-
points,
Mhm.
but I don't
Just-
know.
No, we have group fate points to
Mhm.
use.
Yeah,
if
we
you
have
wanted
group fate
to.
points as well.
Mhm. By the way, I'm I'm going to spend a
Because
fate
this
point.
is technically a faction action.
It is.
You're gonna make yours a 4.
To make mine a 4 because everything is compromised. And I'm going to spend
Mm-hmm.
one more to bring that up to a 6 to spend all of my fate points that I have, all of them, because they want to take
14.
over the
Mm-hmm.
city. They cannot do that if they have some problems right now. To bring me.
Can I use deceive because I
Yes.
put the SS in a bad light?
Yes. Yes, you
Mhm.
can. Yes, you can.
Because
Absolutely.
I had one more speech, a smaller speech to
I'm ready
give
for it.
at the end.
I'm ready for it.
Ooh.
So as soon as he gets the word back that
Mhm.
Frida was saved,
Mm-hmm.
quick question, Greg. What is Holgar's last name again?
Leichner.
Leichner. And so he turns to the mic, and with a bit more jubilance in his voice, a little bit more. He goes, "My fellow countrymen, it is my honor and joy to tell you that fellow hero, our own mascot, and possibly the most model Nazi in our party, or not Nazi member in our party, Holger Leichner, sorry,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Correct.
has saved Frida Engel from the clutches
And Clemps
Oh.
Brown.
and Clemens Brown, and Clemens Braun have saved our very own Frida Engel from the clutches of the communists."
Roll your
And-
deceive.
No, it's not done.
Mm.
Oh, it's not done. Hold up. And he goes, "While these heroes are able to protect the very people of this country, I implore the SS to follow this example and release her husband so these two lovebirds might once again meet and make nest." And with that, he goes, "I bring you this excellent news from the what's the name of the building? Again?
You're like radio. This is Radio Paris.
From Radio
The man comes back in and gives you another piece of paper.
And he looks at it. What does it say?
I'm gonna just make a couple of rolls right now, if you do not mind.
Uh.
Just gonna make just a couple really quick ones. Just real quick. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Uh-uh.
They are about to move against communists.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. And yeah. And then just one more. If you don't mind, let's see how that goes. It's a little bit of security. Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I don't.
Oh no.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. Great.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
You get a note saying the culprits have been caught by the German military occupational authority with the aid of military intelligence.
So not the SS.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I repeat that. Basically, I'm going to be using this moment to put the SS in the worst,
Yep.
in the most, what's the word? I'm
Apply the
looking-
pressure.
Yeah,
You've got him compromised at this point. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
essentially, what's the word for incapable?
Incompetent.
Incompetent. Yeah.
As a man,
Oh,
as in
impotent.
impotent.
Yes.
That's the word. That's the word I use.
Oh,
And I say, we have German citizens and our own military stepping up while the SS remain impotent at their job. So I once again beseech them to do what is right. And please, complete this story in the most positive manner possible. Coming to you from Radio Paris, this is your very own Dr. Preetham Singh, signing off.
I
And
would
then
like
shut up.
to ask you a question.
And then I think I need to roll a deceit too.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Do you want me to roll it first or ask?
Roll it first.
Okay.
That's important.
Come on. Okay.
If you would like to succeed at a minor cost,
Fate point, use it.
or a
I'm
fate
going to
point.
use that fate point.
Okay. So, what are you drawing on for this fate point?
Just I'm gonna use my.
Everyone has an agenda. You could use the
Yep.
game aspect
Yep.
right now that everybody's got an
Yep.
agenda,
Yeah,
us
I get-
included.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's what I'll use.
That
My
puts you.
agenda is completely. Yeah, I want to emasculate the
Mhm.
SS. So
That is 18 to 6. I have no more fate points. You used. Did you use a personal or a group fate point?
I use a personal.
Okay.
I'm gonna use a personal. There, I have enough for that.
Lindy, can I get a performance from you?
I would love to give you a performance.
Can I assist with that? Since I'm close.
Yes, you can.
I will not be assisting with that.
Great.
It's a
That'd be a
5.
5. That makes it
That's superb.
20 to 6.
Can
I'd like to use a personal fate point to increase that level of success.
22 to 6.
Because, I'm a famous German opera
are?
singer, and that's kind of a big deal if I get kidnapped.
Please use your personal fate point.
I will.
Take it off. That's 24 to 6.
Can I use one of the group fate points
Mhm.
to put the show must go on as well? Because this is closing night
Mm-hmm.
of
Mm-hmm.
the performance that has packed the house. So
26 to 6.
We still have some group fate points if we wanted to.
I want to ask if you would like to have it sit there.
Well, they don't.
I wonder how much
why
of that
are
they
we
can
keeping
absorb.
anything though? I mean, should we?
No, because
We saved them to this point. We should blow them right now,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, can we just I mean, should we go ahead and we don't even, I
Nuke
guess
'em.
we can use the fate points, but we also still have some advantages we can cash in on.
I'd at least cash in on the fate points for sure.
I mean, yeah, I can definitely do my high
I mean,
concept.
let's just remember that technically infiltrating this Nazi conference in Berlin is all, which is our major
Yes.
goal, is
Our
all
major
dependent
goal.
upon this working
Yes.
and getting him back. So
I will note that you have one advantage you could use right now. You know what the Foch is up, which is the Avenue Foch.
oh, that's right, that would be a
that's
good
from
one.
last week, right?
Yeah.
Let's do that one. Done. That's a great
fuck
one.
is up.
I
So
believe
that
that's
makes it a
28 to 6.
And the-
That's- We got to
If we
get to
use-
30.
We gotta at least
Another
get at
fate
least.
point, we could cash in on our high concept of assuring that this plan gets us to what we're really
Yes.
trying to
Mhm.
achieve.
The major goal.
That major goal. I mean, and
32.
if we really want to get saucy about it, we could spend another one and do
Yes.
we're double, like, what are we, double agents, or we're undercover?
Another
What is
one.
it? Playing both
Another
sides.
one.
We're no longer playing German
Another
intelligence. We're
So-
playing SS. So we're technically still playing both sides.
34.
34 to 6. Do you leave it at that?
We
I
should
say
maybe save this
let's
fate
get-
point.
Are you sure? I'd say we get, because Lindy, you still have 2, and
I
Casey
do
has
still have 2.
1.
I'm totally down to
Let's-
be a subtle social manipulator.
My fear is that
Yeah.
Trooper's gonna wait for one more roll at the end of this, and we're not gonna have any fate points. We're gonna have dumped him into all of this.
Okay, we can
Well,
hold on to one.
that's called fate then. Whatever.
That's, that's true.
You
Yeah,
may want
I
to keep
will-
some. You may want to keep some. That's up to you.
I will spend my subtle social manipulator
Mm-hmm.
and my own personal fate point for that one, because
That
you
makes
know,
it
I feel like this is what's happening. Is I'm just subtly socially.
This is a torpedo. This is a 36 versus a 6.
okay.
We're about to drop the first nuclear bomb.
I'm going to ask you a
It's not in
question.
Hiroshima. It's here in Paris, right on the SS.
That's not here.
Yes,
Yeah.
Trooper.
How would you like to take out the SS? They are going to drop a level from the pyramid. You get to add 2 consequences to them.
They have no idea that we're coming to Berlin. They have no idea that conference has been compromised. I vote that is one big one. The other one could be a little bit more localized for us if we wanted to.
Do you want her husband to be that second?
Oh yeah, the release of her husband, or like her husband's on our side or something. He trusts us.
That he's released. That he's released. Yeah.
Yes, that he's
released and trusts us. Maybe. You think he trusts us because we got him released and saved his wife?
Well,
we
that's
can't
not a consequence
say that
on
we
him,
got released,
right? Because that would be on
He
him.
wouldn't know
This
that
is for
was,
the.
But we could say that he's been released with no blame.
That's it.
Yes, that you can do.
Released with no blame because he got the ransom
Right.
note first, and that's
And
why
then we
it
can
said
build up some
we are
advantages.
tired of waiting on the note that got sent to propaganda department because he got the note first, flew in a rage, came down here, looked for
Yep.
yeah
Yeah, I hear
And
that,
he's
and
a
then we'll
big,
build up some
angry
advantages to
idiot,
make
so
him
it's
trust
totally
us.
believable. Yeah.
I'm going to note that you all have, and then that your other consequence that you've given to them, all these have free invokes, is Otto is released and innocent.
Ooh,
Yeah,
this is
blameless.
his blameless with
And
no
blameless.
blameless. Yeah.
I feel like blameless is a better word than innocent.
Yeah, that's fair. Tell me, at this moment, as German military, the army, crashes into and starts rounding up communists on the other side of the town, with Jean Lucher taking notes and reporting about the brave German military capturing those who have threatened the morale of Germany. Tell me how you take out the SS in such a way that they are going to lose power and influence in this city.
They aren't consulted.
They
At
are.
no point the military takes complete control. They don't even call them. They just do it. And basically, peacock
cut
up.
him out. Yeah,
Cut them
they cut 'em
completely
out.
out. Challenge them to say, what have you done? Why aren't you talking? And they, impotent as KP said they were, say nothing. And everyone knows that they did nothing and said nothing.
And
I also take it that they got reprimanded from high up, letting them know of their blunder and how they will now wait for some sort of a internal review, some sort of internal and until then they are absolutely forbidden to take action of any sort that might jeopardize the reputation of the SS any further.
They are in trouble, and I would like us to montage our way out at this moment. As, maybe you want to see it, because maybe this will make you feel good. Maybe you want to see it. Let me, for you all, bring us to that moment. Let's go to our Op 4 chart. Why don't we? And audience, they have done this. The Nazi SS in Paris. They, my friends, no longer get to be a level 3 faction. Which means they've lost control of the French Gestapo. They still have influence over the police, but they no longer have control over the French Gestapo at all. They have left a space for German military intelligence to go back up with their, it's bad for them, is what it is. My friends, you have taken down an important pillar of the opposition in France. It's bad for them. It's real bad for them. And Mother Courage is grabbed and dragged to the military intelligence, the military prison, where off at a barn about 50 kilometers outside of the city, her daughter plans and plots a way to get her mother back. As the tailor's shop where the communists have been operating is raided, the newspaper, the printing press broken up, photographs taken. Where do we find Pritam in this moment? In his outro.
I imagine he's still at the radio station, considering it was his very first on-air moment. Do they let me go? Do they let Pritam go?
Well, people want
Probably
to...
if a good doctor's
Yeah.
called to look after the nightingale who's in such a state.
Then yes. I mean, I don't know. What is the first off? What is the atmosphere at radio? Are they? It's silenced. Are they in?
They
is
are.
there some...
They're excited. They are.
Okay.
They are elated that this is sort of like a moment of victory, and that one military guy just gives you a nod as people in the radio sort of pat themselves on the back, and they pat you on the back, and they show you a desk that is yours at the radio station before you are perhaps pulled away.
Fair enough. And then as he walks by, he kind of just, as he walks by the military personnel, he just nods and says, "Thank you for your service." And then,
And yours.
"My pleasure, for the party."
Wait!
And then,
Someone says.
Oh.
Dr. Singh, could you please report one more thing?
well, I mean, I am a doctor, and the nightingale has just been recovered. I do need to look after it. Is this something that needs to be done now?
We can take care of it. We will get our man.
Thank you. I'm much appreciated. I do apologize. It's also my first day, and I'm jittery with nerves.
No. You did wonderful. And he hands the paper off to another reporter who gets up to the newspaper, gets up to the mic, and starts reporting as you are walking out about how the head of this communist cell, known as Mother Courage, has thrown herself out of the window of a 6-story building and has died. Where do we see the nightingale?
I imagine, since this is a very public affair, that she is acting her part, playing her role, being very public until the doctor comes and visits, and then it's, whisked away, and then she comes back out bandaged and salved with like a new, maybe a change of clothes gets brought in, and asking about where's her husband, because she has no idea, she hasn't been told, that kind of thing. And I guess anyone contacted him, that kind of thing, and just playing her part as she. This is what she has to do until after the conference and until her husband is framed.
Can I ask for one thing?
Please.
Before Pritam leaves,
Yes.
he grabs whoever is the highest person he can and asks them, perhaps the most prudent thing to do now is maybe play a few records of the Nightingale over the air to raise the sympathies of the people.
Of course. And there's like a young engineer, it's a young woman actually, who has got her hair sort of all wrapped up, and she starts putting on the records, and you can hear the nightingale singing Carmen as there's perhaps a balcony. And where do we see the happy married couple?
I would assume that they are reliving telling the story over and over again, making sure that it gets in the printed press everywhere. It's almost like a story of old, in that as the senior bard, Holgar is, he tells all of his actors to go out and tell the story. And so the actors can, disperse into Paris proper and continue to tell the tale. And he would engage everybody there, constantly asking, Regina for clarification or what she thought, or to get the woman's perspective of being so scared and all that nonsense. But he would also bring Helen in as well, and he would say, "Now, Helen, when I fired, there were 4?
Five. So
There were 5. Well, maybe there's still 5. And he holds his gun up, like in the crowd.
Yeah.
Like a,
And where do we see Regina?
I think Regina supports until she's not needed anymore, right? Because it's like at some point, like I'm sent home because I'm the wife, right? And I probably need to get things ready for Frida. If she's going to be staying with us and those kinds of things.
Because that would have definitely been offered very,
right.
Oh,
I
of
think,
course.
I think
she feels safe with you guys.
Right. Yeah. For Regina, though, the real question is Hannah gone? Did they leave this morning?
I'd almost spend a fate point, so they did. Boy, what a great time to do it,
I need a roll from you then. A faction roll.
Wait, to make them leave?
Mm-hmm.
That's 100% up to you, Dot. But I would think that would be, I don't know if that gives us a bonus or something, but man, oh man.
I mean, it's definitely a good cover.
A very good cover.
Selfishly, I wanted something else.
It's up to you. That is up to you. If you want her gone, that's going to be a faction action, and that'll be a mobility to get her out. So that is all up to you.
We're going to have to do that anyways, right?
At some point.
That is up to you, because it is early. And there are a lot of army around, so you may or may not want them to leave now.
I just feel like we actually are better off when things settle down and the SS has lost some of their control. It'd be easier to move her when they've actually settled into not having some power. I don't know. I go back and forth on that. Okay, well, I'll tell you what I wanted. If they haven't left town, because we haven't rolled to move them yet, I think Regina will not go back home. Well, she will. She just won't go back to her SS home.
Yeah.
Or her Nazi home. She will. Her father is still there, though, right? I think this is so mean, but Regina would do this. She burst in the bunker, holding like her arm and pretending like she's injured, and she rushes past all the barrels and all of the stuff and all the way down to what I guess is a medical chamber that should be cleared out at this point. Hoping Hannah will just follow and not ask questions.
Yes, of course. Because if you're injured, and she'll because you can hear trucks everywhere. There is a massive crackdown happening in the city as the army, our heroes, taking down those who've been threatening them all this time.
And then I think when she comes in, Regina stops holding her arm and shows her that there's nothing wrong. She smiles a little bit because she knows that was a really mean, but she smiles a little bit and she says, "We did it. Well, it worked."
So Frida's safe.
Yes. And Regina will walk over to Hannah and put a hand on her back and then one into her hair and kiss her very passionately. And if she allows her, I imagine that Regina would want to spend the last of what hours they would have together in some form of intimacy.
Yeah. What you would learn from this moment is that she is desperately in love with you.
I imagine she would learn the same.
And Frida. It's a few hours, but your husband is returned to you.
Oh, he's released! What a joy!
And he's returned to you, and Doctor, would you give me a medical roll?
Okay.
Yeah. He has been returned. He is not doing well. As he walks in,
at least he's walking. That's a good sign. He's barely walking. That's even better, because it means he's going to be slow.
He's slow. His arms are broken. His fingers are broken. He has no fingernails. His ribs are broken.
He's gonna have to be hospitalized, correct?
No. I mean, he should be hospitalized. He
The
wasn't.
doctor insists.
And so he is going to be hospitalized. There have been light cuts, right, on his face. Just a couple lines,
Yep.
just for fun. Whoever did this was having a good time. And whatever this was excessive and not necessary, but was for fun. He can still walk. His knees are not so great. But whoever did this, you might have some questions about them, is what I would say to you.
Questions in the sense of, are they okay?
Yeah.
Are they cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs? Yes, they are.
The answer is they are not okay.
Hogar would make sure to invite Frida to their place then, and with under the
Yes.
understanding that Regina is
He
already
has to be
there.
hospitalized.
Yes.
And,
Yeah,
you know,
Regina's there.
Yeah.
So like, yeah.
And
And-
he's going to be
they are the
hospitalized.
rescuers.
Although,
So,
before he's hospitalized, he's going to look at you.
and she's battered up. She's battered and beaten up and
And he's going to
worked
reach
over as
out
well.
towards you.
Oh, of course. She's going to play up the reunion because I'm sure there's a bajillion people here for
Oh,
this.
everyone is
Are there
watching.
photographers?
Oh,
Yes.
yes. Oh, yes.
Hogar's in like
There-
four corner too, by the way. Like he's positioned
And he's
everywhere.
going to hug you.
With his broken arms. Oh.
I think, and then at this point, like seeing the media there, Preetham is gonna play it up. He's going to, like, as he does the checkup, he's going to be like commenting
you?
about the various aspects of him and just make it seem much more gruesome and grave than it is
And-
already.
Walking through the reporters, Hogar is going to say, "You know that is the voice from the radio,
Oh,
tending to autos. That's the
Oh.
voice that you heard."
oh. And people sort of like note that. And somebody says, "Oh, I heard he was a prince." Oh. And there's sort of like a hullabaloo as we
Oh, and yeah, there's like the tearful reunion, the kiss, the not right about me, worry about yourself right now. Oh, what happened?
and he says,
Oh,
"I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't know."
your best.
As I imagined, he's pulled away. And at the bottom of a street where they're picking up Mother Courage's body, the man is frowning. And he yells, "How could you let this happen? We needed to question her." And one of the soldiers says, "She broke out. She said she would not be questioned." And he frowns. Well. And he looks up and he sees the space where she threw herself out of the window so that she could not be questioned. And they take her body away. And this, my friends... Oh, no, wait. One last thing. Elias Yeager discovers a body hacked up with a machete. A body belonging to someone in military intelligence. And he leans down and he sniffs the parts and pieces. And he appreciates the violence done to the body. And he touches the blood to his tongue, and he thinks, "Ooh, someone interesting is in the city." And he resolves to find out who the kindred spirit in the city is. the one who might be just like him. And that is the end of season 3 of City of Light and Shadow. My friends, I am not going to say all the things just yet. I'm going to just right up, right now, I have things to say, read our messages. We have one last donation that came in, 500 bits from Arissa, who said, ooh, Oscar is the best, which, you know, I feel like that is true. One more from Arissa, 500 bits saying, best cast. Best cast. And I think that is true. I would like each one of our cast members to, as the SS is on fire at the moment, say who you are, where we can find you next, give love to someone else on this cast, and say at this moment with photographers and reporters and a broken husband and a serial killer who's very excited about a hacked up body, perhaps a little too excited about a hacked up body, the head of a communist cell who threw herself out of a window so that they could not question her, a daughter out in the woods wondering what to do about her mother, and a change in the power dynamics of the city. What is your character at this moment, wherever you are, in the bunker, at the hotel, in a lobby? What are you thinking? Let's start with the golden voice on the radio, our newest member of the cast, and one I'm so happy to have here, KP. Who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and please tell me, what is the doctor thinking at this moment as you all have changed? You all have changed the city.
Oh my god. Hello everybody. My name is KP. I go by KP11 Studios on all your social medias. I'm on Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, everything. I am primarily a cosplay photographer. Wow. I'm a cosplay photographer, portrait photographer. I also do a lot of I'm currently trying to get back into it, but I do streaming on my own channel. If you're interested in anything culture related, if you're interested in anything Indian related, I'm all there.
May I interrupt you?
Yeah, no, go ahead. I was just rambling because I saw.
So I would like to just note that Coldrake has donated 500 bits, giving us lots of love. Why You Do This has donated $1,000, which is half of the cost of the season to pay the cast, just them, not me, and said, nowhere near enough to indicate the amount of feels, entertainment, and stress you cause us. But thank you for your investment, tears, and heart that you put into your characters and this theme. Much love, appreciation, and respect.
Thank you, family.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I was...
Back to you, KP.
And then Willen donated 100 bits and said, so many great moments and a sore arm from me. Willen, who was taking our notes, which will all go up on our webpage over our break. Triffid E. Matt resubscribed and said, thanks again to Crit Witch for my sub gift. And wow, what a fantastic season finale session for my 3-month subiversary. And Drathdir donated 500 bits. And Time of Gifts donated 500 bits. Void Smoker, who's done some amazing art, has said, donated $20 and said, glorious end of an amazing season. Thanks to everyone. And Cleric of Cord, our Mama Tango, said, Season 4, hype, Season 4, and family for 500 bits. And so, KP, I turn it right back to you, if you do not mind.
I am just, this entire community is, honestly, we are all here because of you guys. We all are able to do what we do and enjoy what we do because of your support and your encouragement and your constant love that you send our way. It doesn't, not even monetary, it's just your encouraging messages and the way you invest into the story and into our characters. And so honestly, the real MVPs are you guys. I mean, you can have the best cast in the world and the best story in the world, but if you don't have an audience to actually hear it and enjoy it and share that in that joy, I mean, thank you, seriously. And I think that's where my MVP really lies. But honestly, also, Trooper, you have been so absolutely amazing. I cannot describe how happy I am you invited me to join this wonderful cast, to be a part of this story. I never imagined to ever be involved in something so interesting and so unique. And I think it goes really, it shows when it comes to your craft and your craftsmanship in it. On top of that, the rest of the cast is just so damn talented. Like, I honestly feel like I'm playing catch up every day because I'm wanting to improve, not even catch up, it's like this urge to improve and be a better storyteller, a better actor, a better, embodiment of my character, simply because you guys are already achieving what I wish to achieve every single day, and you make me strive to want to do more. And I thank you guys so much. This has been an absolute joy, and I'm excited to continue on this journey onto the next season. So thank you guys for that.
And I hope you liked the elephant.
That was beautiful. Thank you. I really did enjoy that. Thank you. But as far as what Preetham is thinking, I think he's having the post stage fright jitters. He is definitely, I think he's either in his clinic or back in his room, probably in his clinic, just because I feel that would be where his next steps were. That would be where his comfort place is at this point. He's also thinking of Dr. Hannah and what the task that she left for him, the love that she gave him, and the confidence in him. And he's definitely feeling a lot more resolved, a lot more, not grown up, but ready to take that next step. So yeah, that's where I think he's at.
Let us go to our next newest member of the cast. Laugh Love Lindy. Who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love. And what is Frida thinking as her dear husband is being taken away to a hospital for a while? Because he's probably not going to, be bothering you for a while. So.
Yeah, I'm going to go in reverse order of the questions
Please.
that you asked. So because I will definitely forget some things. So we'll start off with what's on Frida's mind. She's glad that she feels a little bad, but she's glad that he has to be in the hospital for, I'd imagine, at least through the holidays, because it's mid-December and he's not looking so great. Because that gives her a little bit of time, and also the fact that she's staying with this wonderful, dedicated couple to build that rapport in the public eye, for her and Regina to become BFFs. And she's grateful to have that place of reprieve to go to until her husband's out of the hospital, where it's just her two friends that she knows, and she can like when she's
Can
done.
be real safe, yeah.
Mhm. Yes.
And
Yes,
you get
for
a lot of
sure.
food.
Yeah, I think that's the first thing. Which also, as a kidnapped person who looks poorly, who was ill before that, of course she'd want a good meal now that she's rescued. So imagine that restaurant, that expensive restaurant, that's where they go to after he's taken away to the hospital. It's like, oh, come back to the house, but let's get a meal in you first, you poor thing. And she's just grateful for these three people. She's grateful for Sylvie, because she and Sylvie clicked pretty quickly, and she's grateful for Tango, for even though he did neglect his little criminal cell, she is determined to turn it into something useful to help pay back these people for what they've helped her so far. And just go day by day.
And love?
Oh, too much love for everyone. Also, apologies in case I seemed a little despondent. I'm just physically exhausted from putting up a fence like 12 hours today. It's fine. There was a lot that happened in this whole season, and that I've been a part of at least. And just tonight, we kicked some SS ass, and that was pretty freaking epic. That was really cool. I loved Dr. Pritam's scene with Hannah. That was really just like, oh, this sweet lad, this sweet, like completely crushed and heartbroken fellow. Bless his heart. He's probably gonna get that way by the time we're done, but right now he is so pure. And I love him. And then I just love Dot, that she and I were like, oh yeah, we'll just chop up that body, stick it in some flower pots, and make some flower deliveries. Like, her brainwaves and eyes are on the same page so often. It brings me just little bits of joy. And I'm like, oh yeah.
If there was a Venn diagram of Greg and Lindy, the middle part's Dot. I'm the little cross. My brain is always like either sparking with Greg or sparking with Lindy's. It's ridiculous.
It's fantastic. And also loved Greg's note of like, the fuck, Lindy, why was that your first thought of chop up the body? Because I definitely typed it in our little behind the stage chat, and I was like, Greg, you've known me long enough. I don't know why you're asking silly questions like this. But I loved is he Holgar? Is he Oscar? I loved Oscar. With the when asking her to sing, and also the motorcycle ride of being like, yeah, let's get a little wild on the like drive too fast. And then of course Trooper, and of course there's just more love for everyone else just for the whole season, but that's just from tonight, because if I kept going on I'd go on forever. But Trooper, you sir, you said, hey Lindy, we're doing like duo episodes, you want to like guest one time? And I was like, oh, yeah, that sounds like fun. I like getting dressed up like the 40s. I've got some dresses in my wardrobe that haven't been used in over a year because of pandemic. Sure, that sounds like fun. And then, that was super fun. And he was like, well, now your character's in the universe. And I was like, that's cool. And he's like, hey, you want to guess like again so they can resolve your character and ship you off back? And then I don't even think it was halfway through the episode, I could see the look in Trooper's eye, and then afterwards he's like, so do you want to just like stay for the season? And I was like, yes.
That's what Dot wanted, so I just did it for Dot, and so.
So it's not the first time I've been asked to guest and then asked to stay.
Trooper just gives me everything I want, is really what it is.
And sometimes the things you don't want.
It made me really happy to be part of such a special game, because I know how much Trooper thinks about this game, because I've heard stories. I've heard, so my players did
now
this.
I can't tell you that anymore.
You can't. I was thinking about that today while I was mixing concrete. I was like, oh man, Trooper's got to find somebody else to tell what his players are doing too, because I'm now one of them. And it was like, oh, poor Trooper, but also, oh, yay me. And I just love all of the love that you pour into this game and your players and all of the research that you do. I don't know how many times you've been like, so I need like a floor plan of a 1940s Paris specific attic apartment.
It's true, actually.
Or hey, I need the GPS coordinates of this random field.
It's true.
It's one report, and I just appreciate that level of dedication. The fact that you're so invested makes me mega invested, and I just appreciate it. You can find me appreciating all of these lovely people at Laugh Love Lindy every day, even if I don't say anything about it on the internet. I'm doing it every day. I stream a lot of tabletop RPGs, not a whole lot right now because it's kind of like a dry spell while I get all the housework done that I need to get done, but it's okay because home renovation is great. But yeah, on Mondays on my channel we play Dungeons and Dragons, some Wanderlust and Wild Mounts. We're doing a heist. I think there's a cult involved. There's gonna be some shenanigans. It's fine. And then on Tuesday, it's Mr. Ravenloft, and my previously undead players that I TPK'd and turned undead, I brought back from that, and then I chopped all their heads off and put them in jars. So
as you do.
Yeah, well, 2E Ravenloft is a very special kind of campaign setting, and they like to set up things interestingly. I was reading, I was like, oh, well, hey guys, you're alive now, and oh, now you're at some jars. So that'll be fun. And of course, tomorrow night, Saturday, the 23rd, is our once a month Aliens game, and it is going to get real. There are some lovely guests that we have. Sadly, Greg is not one of them this time, but in the future, I'm sure he will be again, because I hear Travis, our wonderful GM, talk about it a lot. So I get to know all the secrets.
I'll be there in spirit.
You'll be there in spirit.
Maybe some other way.
Maybe some other way. I don't know. It's not like I've heard anything about it because I run all the tech or anything. But yeah, so it's a super intense Aliens, Blade Runner, Predator. We're going to someplace called the Egg mashup, and I'm terrified. It's a constant state of terror that's super fun and wholesome in a terrible, oh god, we're all gonna die, but somehow Roll20 hasn't killed us yet way. And that's me. Oh, and also on Praxagora Thesmophorus channel, because we're not on break, I'm doing a short Mechton campaign where I play the cool, aloof blonde who does not have a mech. I'm the person on the spaceship pushing all the comm buttons.
But you've got the blonde wig. I rarely see you in a blonde wig.
You need someone to be not in the mech to coordinate everybody, and that's my character.
And
so
speaking of blonde wigs, I would like Little Red Dot to say who she is, where we can find her, give some love, and then say what Regina's thinking at this moment.
So I'm going to do what Lindy did because that made a lot more sense in my brain hole to do it backwards. So Regina, I imagine that Regina right now is Big Spoon to Hannah. Hair, like face in Hannah's like beautiful curly hair.
Yeah.
And is thinking about that night 9 years ago where she so willingly offered herself knowing that harm might come to her or like, she so willingly offered herself because those people showed her family in a way she had never seen before. And I think that was the moment Regina was like, I'm a soldier. Because if there's like one thing worth fighting for, that's worth fighting for. So that's what Regina's up to. Dot, on the other hand, is up to so much stuff, y'all. Go follow me over on Little Red Dot, where you can find all the many things I do for Kobold Press, for my podcast Stitch of Fate, if you like Vampire the Masquerade. And then over on Unmade Gaming, if you also want to catch me playing some Aliens and some Coriolis with all my favorite KP down there. And then stars, there's so many stars, y'all. I don't even know where to begin. It's always like, it's really nice to be at a table where other people are thinking at the rate at which you're thinking. Like
sometimes it's murder.
Yeah, sometimes it's murder, but then sometimes it's it's just like Greg calling that aspect, like wanting to set up that advantage. It was the exact same one that I was going to set up right after he set up the one he did. Like that, those kind of things, you just, that kind of chemistry you can't fake. at a table, like when everybody's on the same page, and it's just it's been so wonderful adding Lindy and KP to the mix as well, and just like I look forward to what the future holds. It would be hard for me to put a
The SS is in trouble.
Look, let me tell y'all, they didn't know. Look, when Regina stepped foot in France, they did not know. Now they do, and I'm sorry, Colette. I think Dot feels really bad for Colette. I don't know that Regina does yet. I think
she might
maybe
later.
she does. She might later.
Yeah.
She might later, but her plan is working. She has hook, line, and sinked Elias Yeager. She's just reeling him in.
Elias really likes murder, so I guess
the problem is, I bet he's never met a lady that also really likes murder.
Well, I'm sure he'll find a lady like that super fun. Just
gonna reel him in, and then I'm gonna play him against his wife, who's in love with me.
Is she in love with you?
She doesn't know it. She says she's not, but she is, or she would not have put this much effort into finding Regina. And torturing all of her friends with her social.
She really
okay,
is.
actually, tonight, my star, just because I promised I wouldn't give one, so I'm gonna lie to all of you and give you one anyways, would be the scene with Nicoletta, where poor doe-eyed Pretum was not prepared for the Viper in her fullest. Like, she rolled a 9, y'all, and I was like, oh, you poor man. You poor man, you don't even know what's coming. I'm so glad Oscar was there. It would have that could have ended in a disaster, because Oscar's like, I know, get him out of there. But like that whole scene was a big star for me, which is I just thought it was played so well. Trooper pushed us in that scene. We were like dead set that we could not lose Pretum to this horrible woman. It was just a really fun moment in what I think we don't get to see a lot, which is social combat. So big star tonight for that. Beyond it just being our finale. So cheers, y'all. I've been at this 3 seasons. 3 seasons.
Speaking of Oscar, who helped protect our Pretum, because she, I've watched a lot of 1940s noir films. Just gonna tell you.
Oh, we know how she is.
Oscar helping out, trying to save our young prince. Greg, who are you? Where can we find you? And give a star. And what is Greg thinking? Not Greg. I know what Greg's thinking. Actually, I have no idea what Greg's thinking.
No, you don't.
But what is Oscar thinking? Well, I feel like Greg's thinking about Lady Marmalade by Pink, Maya, and Christina Aguilera and Lil' Kim, with guest by.
That seems very appropriate to the moment.
Missy Misdemeanor Elliott also.
Uh-huh.
Greg Grimjack 21502. Please go over and follow my son on Pod Awkward. He's doing some fantastic stuff this summer. He has a really super huge announcement around July, and we'll talk about it whenever we hit season 4. It'll be really fun.
Oh.
Yep. Let's see. What is Oscar thinking right now? Okay, well, Greg loves playing in period pieces, and I also love the 80s. So I'm going to end this with Lindy's, obviously with her okay with this. This is the ending of 16 Candles when Jake and Molly Ringwald are facing off over the table with the can. And that's how, because the first night that they have there, he has taken the Nazi off of her chest and everything, and helped her clean up and everything. And knowing that she has starved herself for this long, it wouldn't be like an opulence, like a, let them eat cake type moment, but it would be whatever she wanted to have would be the thing that's between them, as he would just sit there and, for a moment, let her know that everything for this pause is okay until, Hansy gets out of the hospital. But as far as to give love, I give love to everybody. The community, as was mentioned by KP, is absolutely fantastic. Completely responsible for my love and affection for this game every bit as much as the incredible GM and the fantastic cast. The community is absolutely just the best. So involved, so supportive, and that's what a community is defined as. And what a great thing. A couple things. KP, everybody said, oh, he's a sweet summer boy. But if you look closely, community, You saw where he flipped. You saw the beginnings of the machinations and the planning. And here's where it was. Hey, grab some of those records and put the records on.
Yep.
And that wouldn't have been thought of 2 weeks ago. I'm not downplaying KP's RP. I'm just saying that KP, all of a sudden, there's layers being woven into the Prince RP.
We've corrupted him.
And I saw that. I smelled it. I was like, oh, well, there it is.
Somebody just did. Yeah.
I like that. And then, of course, anytime I get to be part of a Venn diagram with Dot and Lindy is one of my favorite things to possibly do. Love RPing with everybody. I'm so glad I get to do with KP now, but Lindy and Dot I've been doing it for years with, and it's just the absolute best to be able to bounce ideas off one another, both in the green room and then just live. Let's fuck it, we'll do it live. And that's the best thing. And the only way that you can do all of that is to have an absolutely fantastic fucking GM who is going to be able to bounce, spin, and dance. And there's one thing Oscar and Greg both love, it's dancing. Oscar does it way better than Greg. But
I don't
to
know,
be
Greg's
able to
pretty okay.
How have I not seen this yet?
but Oscar and Greg loves them some Trooper. And my friend, you absolutely crush it every week because it is very difficult as a GM to make people love your NPCs because they usually love one or two, but to make them identify with all of the ones that you have and love or hate them in all the different ways that you can do that, and not the same ways. They don't hate them for this way. There's 3 of them they hate because of that. That is the mark of genius. And genius, when you couple it with love, passion, and emotion, is perfection. And my friend, I can't wait for season 4 because you've got it all. And I'm here for it. I got the best seat in the house, everybody. Back to you.
And I am Trooper SJP, and I want to just say we got a couple more last bits of love coming in. Cleric of Cord gave us, because I read that one. So thank you, Willen, for the gift subs. Thank you so much, Trifty Mats, for subbing, and Wizard Styles. Your Turn, My Turn. Your Turn, My Turn gave us 500 bits. It said, I'm so excited to watch the VOD. And Miss Magitech, thank you for coming in with that raid. Thank you very much. And also Willen just rescrubbed and said, Elias and Regina, the blade and the machete. So, yeah.
Just wait.
As a GM, I will just say what my thought is that I don't actually do anything. I don't tell any stories. All I do is just help put the cast in the best light. That's all I do. I'm just here to sort of put them. I move the scenery around behind them, put the spotlight on them. That's what I do. I give my love to this whole cast. I don't. This game is a game that is the cast. That is what they do. Greg,
Trooper, I forgot one thing, my friend.
Oh yeah,
one thing. All my love also goes to Rocket and Stiver.
Yes,
I just want to say that because it's in my heart and I wanted it out. Back to you.
Rocket and Stiver, also all the love. Greg is over 6 foot tall, which I had no idea about, and I don't know if you knew that. Super tall. So that's like whatever.
The first time I met Greg, I was like, "Oh, you way taller than I thought you were." I remember giving you a hug and being like,
what? KP is going to be getting a gift of some mustache wax from me, my favorite mustache wax, and that's going to be just a thing that happens. Lindy is a great Lindy hopper, and I think that's pretty amazing. Also, she builds fences and is like clearly like the person that you want on your like zombie team because she'll just build all the stuff, or your like post-apocalyptic team.
I really like carpentry and construction.
Yeah. And Dot is a plotter. And I love that about Dot. Like I know that it's gonna happen. And so that was me. I'm Trooper SJP. We have a Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, and I will put up all of the sort of wrap up of the season up there if you want to see it. And I never lock it, so if you are not a patron, you can still see that post anyway. It'll be coming up pretty soon, so go there and see the post if you like, and if you want to be a patron, please do. And you can find me tomorrow at 2 p.m. from 2 to 5 over at Table Story for Midsummer Mysteries, which is a steampunk game, and you can find me on Sunday from 1 to 5 at doing The Last Ditch with Dot, which is a 40k situation, and at 8 p.m. over at Tour Guide Games, I'll be doing a charity stream for veterans' mental health. that's us, everyone. A completely non-story version of this will be up on YouTube in a day or so once I do all that work. And thank you for being here. You, the cast, are the cast is amazing. All 6, 7, 8 of you who've been here. This is what the game is about. It's about you all. And you in the audience, I don't know what to say more about you. You are the best. And so we will all see you for season 4 in August. Thank you, everybody.
See you in August.
Bye.